تسليط الضوء على التحديات التي تواجه المجتمعات المعاصرة بشكل متزايد، تحديات العيش المشترك بين الأقليات وحاجتها إلى الاعتراف
by also to be how to be involved of the state, which is really sometimes of the globalization requirements about the challenges of the that really serve the interests of the state and the citizens. Of course, one of the major challenges that we might say, what really we are looking forward and to really to be under this study is how to achieve the progress and how to be open policy for and to find the really to find the compromise between all the experiences of the humanities. Of course, when we talk about progress, sometimes we are going to the many of the images and slogans that really are linked by objectives that really sought for the modernism and also the philosophy of the Enlightenment in the past, and also defending of the contract against all the legacies and legendaries, and that really to appreciate of the optimism of the progress of the science and also the life. And also for the slogans wouldn't be as an actuality, but unless otherwise some introductions, of course, paved for these ideas to be embedded and to be said in West and Europe in the 18th century. And also the question here that might really overviewed, what is really for the base for this the conception of progress, and why this the Enlightenment age has been really constituted really cross-border and cross-stage, and also how to be as a landmark for the modernism and also the results of the modernism of all actualities and of our societal and political levels. How is it the nature of the in the media of the contemporary, and this really, of course, that to be a triumph on the modernism of the values, where it is they are only provided and conditionally for the civilization, and also to really loyalty and to be also for globalization and also the digital revolution and also deterioration of the borders. But really the modernism, it is not really just really recreational, but it is involvement of the issues of the state and also in the actuality, and also to progress and to be really transcendence of the reality, in order to it is a matter of really how the political issues to my and religious also, and how is it to be really in the challenges of the 18th century, where there is of course the really the theory of contract that really of course it changed of the and the conception of the political authority in the religion and authority in Europe, and of course really this where the results of this one to be as the system of the 17th century. Of course, this really this one already was advancement of the base of the freedom and equality in front of the law. Of course, this the new birth of this system wasn't really simply. It was really some really a portion, and what really was really Caesarean birth for this one to become as of course for the technological and defending of this one of this the theory. the divine right. Of course, there are some thoughts and some really thinkers of who were absorbed with this scientific thought, like Botis and Mulder and Voltaire, who were defending the theory of contracting, and this one were for the mission to defending of reinforcing and establishment a new political system, really to be uprooted with all that inherited legacies and in the past. Of course, it is really from the progress and also where wouldn't really easily to be involved. Of course, the citizenship constituted the entrance for all the different issues, and that really already imposed by the progress and the challenges on the field. Therefore, the entrance of the political entrance is really the right way to enter to the actuality, and to where there is enlightenment advocating for the thought and the culture and the science. Therefore, we really just requirements, of course, overviewing some other really important in the political fields in order to the convergence and really distinguished our reality, and really some reviews that might be have a way or mission or to means to for the entrance of citizenship and to be bearing for the progress project. Therefore, this rule is, of course, really limited by values of the content, and also by the really debris of the globalizations. And of course, this really very important to the reality and history and the world. Of course, these are indications. What are the indications, and also what are the levels to be overviewed on the political and field? Before answering of these questions, we should indicate to such a study really aiming at elaborating of the really pillars of the cultural and philosophical and social about really already achieved by the thinkers in addressing and the treatment of the conception of the citizenship and in all these conversions and all these changes, and also under this the umbrella of all this pluralism of the cultural and answering the about central issues. It will be overviewed as it is. This the logic of the philosophy of the socialism contemporary and the thinkers and Charles Starver and Habermas, of course, and Exelon. That's the relationship between this really involved about progress and citizenship. Is it really the logic or the it is hosting or the compromise? Of course, the beginning of some really about the compromise of some of the Enlightenment, it is the same of the modernism. Of course, there are some two faces for some one currency, but really for the other situations, of course, are indifferent. Of course, the first study defending of the theory of that we are in need for the Enlightenment and the modernism. Of course, still we are really for the answering the of the questions, and of course the modernism is really project not yet completed yet. And this the study of Hudson address, and of course the other study of the by Charles Taylor about really suspicious of the modernism and Enlightenment as really a letter to be admitted by the so many of our is triggering of so many reading of these paradigms and Enlightenment an historical approach, and also to see what is really given and what's really on it. These are questions are already indicated to be the nature of the relationship between progress and citizenship. There will really postpone the really deciding of this issue to some argument until the end of this study. Of course, the plan of this study to really for the achieving of the about chronological progress and the conception of citizenship, and what is the benefits that might be given by all the conversions and the changes already affected of this one in the context of this modern and contemporary exactly. Of course, we'll go for addressing what is the issues of the political and religious really a challenge, where they are really giving some really discussion about citizenship and the challenges of the philosophical of the communication. Of course, the discussions will be really of all three interests. Biggest one, the rational one of the bureaucratic state, as it is merciful, and secondly about of the linguistic dimension, and in really norms, and also the theater in which the citizenship already achieved in all different ideas and paradigms. Second is to be talking about the transcendence and assimilation of this one. How is it to be of all these cultures, and from really to understand of all situations of all the cultural and really facts already liberalism, and really to be really specialized the convergence of the which is really affected our images on the conception of freedom, democracy, equality, tolerance, and recognition, and really given up and forgiving, and where really going with a conclusion where, of course, the time is very tight, wouldn't be allowed to overview of all these factors, and really will be indicated in the conclusion to this ideas. Of course, we don't need for further really elaboration and statement that we are in badly need to restructuring of a conception of the function of the citizenship, and in the context of relationships, which is really of all some challenges, the relationship that's really with all factors and all themes to be that's really to change the view to the world and to ourselves. Of course, we in this the matter wouldn't be fixed only to ourselves for nations and localities, but to really to be extended to be more for the other external fields of political, religious, and values as well. In brief, of course, for all the relationships of all the admitting and really looking for ourselves and for the other, and also really not only the convergence of the changes, but really constitute the challenges of the citizenship. But we are afraid of all really making this one of these be adoring more something better than and rather than the rationality. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank Dr. Khalid Al-Ahmedi for his speech, for his insightful speech, and we will move then to Tunisia. Ms. Thoraya bin Masmiya from the University of Zaytuna in Tunisia. The title of her speech, the epistemology notion of Wager and Statistica. In the name of Allah, the Commissioner, the Merciful, thank you, the President, and the distinguished guests, and thanks extended to the UAE for this philosophical in openness and the welcome of the Arab and European countries as well. And this is not strange for the UAE. Frankly, when I read the topic of the conference, I was drawn by the title of challenge, as embarrassing to philosophy, as philosophy is trying to challenge, to be challenged also, but particularly philosophy is competing for challenging, in other words, so as to live in a challenge with science, particularly after Stephen Hawking in his last books that philosophy is dead. This is the shock, because he saw philosophy is not being able to present answers to questions, but her function only is to present questions and is valid to give answers only made by the science, because I'm specialized in the philosophy of aesthetics, I researched the challenge of philosophy to Statistica, or the aesthetic of aesthetics, the philosophy of aesthetics, which we have, and the philosophy is existed between us as a philosophy. So the title of my title is Aesthetica as a Challenge as of Philosophy. To be a philosopher is to endure the difficulties of the human life as a whole, because you are working in the thought that is adjacent with the life features, and you should be contemplating to have analytical analysis and constructive criticism, and philosophy makes you responsible as educator and a lover for wisdom. The journey of education is continuous to know the rights, the theoretical and the practical sides of knowledge, to have perfection. Then the philosopher way became a countable way of continuity to have solve a solution for the problems and strengthen the responsibility of a human for progress, the human being. But if to be an artist, every day you have a matter. You follow up the creation and creativity in their journey, which is limitless. Man is dealing daily with colors and forms. So he is ready by nature to have delicacy by the audio and the visible, or the thing that smelled. But to be a philosopher artist is another model rank. To have an aesthetic of mind and sense. It is a model picture for the educator, the creative educator, and the rich personality of many dimensions. As Shelley said, the art is the main content and the perpetuated one, the only one, as it is the same, at the same time, it is the only document for philosophy. For this feature, Aesthetica has an open mind, and open for the philosophical thought by indicators, as fiction also for all arts, for cinema, dancing, and poetry, and so on. Nietzsche also considered that everything ugly has deterioration for a human being and bad things physiologically and mindly. So philosophy is trying to find the fact, aesthetic, and the art in this content, to realize the meaning, or the true meaning. And for this picture, philosophy has the philosophy as a complete thing to make people happy and to benefit them, and in a picture to liberate the will and deepen the life in cinema and sculpture and all the paints and the arts, as a means to find the fact, because they are also interested in finding the history and the nightmares for that kill the sense and the aesthetic, and they open a wide range for profounding and deepening the aesthetic as a perpetuated idea that owns many words and symbols. And this makes philosophy to challenge Statistica for the indication in the existence, for the things that are absolute, and everything real, materialistic, or moral meet in the Statistica to the life or the world of senses. So can we think in a journey after philosophy in a way that philosophy exceed the questioning and become poetry and a fun that, and the art that fills the content of people? And in this, they gather the existence and the art together, and we will be confident. And philosophy in its time is a true expression about its the speed, the limitless speed in the media and the technical side. although the science advancement philosophy became another way, it created another time. It came from a space also, and it has lights also and colors, and it challenges the and it is also looking for the fact. So there will be a balance between the presence and the absence, and the question with the answer, and all of these things are represented in the expression of answering and questions, and expressing the aesthecy of philosophy, and revise for the media, as Hawkins King said, that philosophy has died in the book. Philosophy represents a complete framework to understand the world, and understand the world, to have the media and the tools to use the mind so that we will be refined for the existence. The philosophy is in parallel with knowledge.
وهذا الفعل
Of course, this act really requires and committed some the possibilities, the conditionally, the freedom, of course, to choose the philosophy or not to choose philosophy or not. It is really a matter of philosophy itself, but really to submit the justifications, it is really some justification as well to be a philosophy. Of course, the philosophy taking the arts to express of all thoughts and feelings and emotions that really to be already constituted how is the path for the world. Of course, the philosophy of arts, the best really field for the best opportunity and sphere for the philosopher. Of course, it is the guaranteeing how to communications between humanities, and also, of course, the words are really very functional limitations, but we should really innovate and create something other to be expressed of all the, of course, artistic body. It is really creative and with interacting, of course, being for all the aestheticity and aestheticity and also density as well. Of course, really something really the philosophical to be taken by your own norms of all the really pregnant with all emotions. Of course, the aestheticity is something really feeling some, giving some really horizons for all the people, and also for the separations between all the what is really on our realms of our life, and was also from something getting from between the balanced, and really not all the beautiful words just really are indifferent, but it is really involved and evolved in the aestheticity, and how to be really are objectively with the philosophy, and also really addressing for all the beauty. Of course, the philosophy really, which is really are interested of the human being, of course, spend a lot of time for the best of all the beauties, and really to be equally, and also for the architecture and the arts and all body organs, and where the body features, and also to be how to be overviewed, and for the humanities not really separated by its indications, but really evolved and absorbed by all the theoretical. Of course, I will make some underlining, some really, I sent some images. If it is really overviewed in the screen, it will be better to be overviewed in the screen. Here, I have sent some arts and some redrawings. Is it here? Yeah. At the other drawing, please. Can you overview? Yes. As a philosophy really already reinforced all the feelings between arts, and really, of course, not really some really arts, the arts really inspiring for the people and inspiring for the context and the drafting. Aristotle already represented the philosopher as with the philosopher of the choice, how to be transcendence of really to be really the renaissance of all the experiences of some advanced and developed countries Emirates, already to be really as criticism for all the works for the crossing of all arts and educations, and really creating how is it to be involved in the United Arab Emirates, one of these country, of course, of really interested in arts, Louvre, of course, museum, and really obligations of the Arabic language, and really for the architectural and for the United Arab Emirates. Really, it is really the choice of all the creative choice, of course. The philosopher who already Bukardin already representing really some really turning point for the where the philosophy became breathing with more than lungs, and how to see the light, and of course really integrated example for the human beings, for the senses, feelings and emotions, and really some to be the actuality and reality and of the peoples, expressing of all the peoples, all spheres of all the people. I am trying to make in brief and to summarize that, and really will talk and really talk the mic for the people to see. Of course, some justifications to be really of some evidences of the really drawing of the about serialism, and about how is it to give about the pipe, and also this the pipe, and this of course it is not the pipe. It is really something, and really after 3 years already make some. Of course, it is not pipe. It is really, of course, it really was a matter of controversial discussions about this pipe and about this drawing. And of course, it is not a pipe. They discovered that the artist already moved the art into the other objective of something to be dimensionally, philosophically, and dimensionally and respectively looking as a philosopher. Of course, he did not say nothing, but just saying the drawing. He said that Foucault, of course, it is not pipe. It is not a pipe. It is really related to the writing and to the book, but really we are really looking forward to a link between writing and the image. Of course, it is not a pipe, but we are talking some pipe, but of course some definitions and some titles already accustomed to write and link words between some objects, and this really, of course, we shouldn't be in our thoughts not to linkage between and traditionally what we know before with the drawing and some words. Of course, it is not pipe, or it is writing about a pipe. It is drawing how to be analytical. As a second image about Guernica, it is really representing about the Guernica. When Picasso already made about the agony and the tyranny and the sufferings of the wars and the battles, in which really about the catastrophic really of where this really some really in some Spain has some about some strikes by Italy. Of course, for the where farmers and the peasants have been stricken by the really planes from Italy, and while there warplanes, and really to really strike them about for the civils, and civilians have nothing with war and have nothing with battles, have nothing with fields of battles. And of course they are really changed into the Arab, and they made that change of the black color about really as an evidence of sadness. And still we are really suffering of so many about the wars, which is really destroyed by the civilians, who are really, it is some unfair what is I am telling for their relationship with this one, and with the relationship between philosophy and what's the actuality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Thuraya, for your insightful speech. Thuraya Masmiya from Zayed University in Tunisia, who prepared this philosophy for us, or the aesthetics of the philosophy. We will move again from Tunisia to Tunis, the green, with Miss Ferial Bouhassa from the University of Würzburg in Germany. The title of her speech is Beyond the Diversification of the Theories of Morals in Arab Philosophy, Islamic Arab Philosophy.
Conveners and the Center for Philosophical Studies at Mohamed Bin Zayed University for Humanities, and specifically Dr. Burchashin for the lovely invitation and the kind welcome. Since the time allocated for the talk is rather short, so let me just dive in. The main theme of the conference is obviously, or one of the themes is ethics. So it would be appropriate to start with a basic question for moral reflection, which is the classical question: what is the basis of moral judgments? How do we come to discern good from bad actions? What is the role of God, the eternal? And how do we...
فيمكن أن نستوعب ذلك بشكل ضروري لمعرفة ما هو جيد، وهذا شيء مهم جدا في الفلسفة أيضا والبيولوجيا أيضا. والسيد بوسكلان أيضا لديه طبعا تناول هذه الأمور، ولحسن الحظ أود أن أقول أنه هناك محاولة لهذه الأشياء المسيطرة وهذه الأخلاقيات الإسلامية أيضا والشخصيات أيضا بين العقلانية والإيجابية أيضا والعقلانية. هذه النظرة وهذا الحوار أيضا وضع نظريات كثيرة جدا، مثل ما قال ابن سينا عندما ترجم أيضا هذه الأشياء، ووضع الإيجابية أيضا. وأود أن أعرف أيضا أننا السيد أيمن أشحادة أحد أعماله المهمة في الحقيقة هي التفريق بين ابن سينا والمعتزلين. أود أن أوسع هذا المفهوم. أود أن أقول بشكل واضح أن هذا المنهج حول الإيجابية كتعريف هي التفريق بين الفلسفة بطريقة مثل ما قال ورسم الفرق بين الانفتاح الذي يؤدي إلى الانفتاح بشكل واضح حول الدراسات والتنوع في الجانب الإسلامي. تحديدا أود أن أركز على كما قلت المقارنة بين المعتزلة وبين ابن سينا وجهة نظر.
Showcase how their moral philosophy is premised on different moral foundation, both at the metaethical and the practical ethical level. So the doctrine of theodicy or providence and the basis of moral ontology and epistemology. This brings me to make a rather methodological suggestion that advocates for a rather heuristic approach to avoid using certain modern concept or loose concept for that matter, or back projecting problems of the modern condition. So let me start with the concept of objectivism, at least how it's been used in the literature, and specifically my focus, obviously, in the Anglo-Saxon world and the important significance of the work of George Hourani. In fact, in his work, Two Theories of Value in Medieval Islam, Reason and Tradition in Islamic Ethics, he provides us with a peculiar definition of what objectivism. And here I quote: any theory which affirms that value has a real existence in particular things or acts, regardless of the wishes or opinions of any judge or observer. In fact, curiously, he also attributes this theory to the legacy of what he calls the 20th century Western thought, and there he lumps Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, the Stoics, and Aquinas. So from this perspective, he doesn't only ignore, he basically ignored distinction within Western thought, and that obviously leads to ignoring distinction within Islamic thought. And for that matter, he lumps Mu'tazilites and Muslim philosophers as all under the banner of objectivism. So to corroborate the differences between Ibn Sina and Mu'tazilite, let me first outline their very briefly, obviously distinct positions on theodicy and providence. In Al-Mughni, on the chapter of God's oneness and justice, في أبواب التوحيد والتعديل, Abdul Jabbar grounds his theodicy on a number of premises. First, God's actions are all good. In fact, God imposes on himself certain obligation of goodness. God obviously also attributes in that sense a moral purpose, a gharad, to his action and does not seek any benefit, and rather his purpose is meant for the benefit of others. Obviously, there are distinctions within the Mu'tazilites. I'm also here, in a way, guilty of also putting the Mu'tazilites under one, but for obvious reason. Ibn Sina, in fact, does not embrace a similar theory of theodicy. One obvious reason is because he articulates his views and more from the perspective of the doctrine of providence, al-inaya, building up on Alexander of Aphrodisias. In that sense, he asserts how the necessary existence that is God is pure goodness and therefore emanates good to the universe. One significant feature in his theory seems to be in stark contrast with the Mu'tazilites. So Ibn Sina argued that ascribing an intent to God's action, the Mu'tazilites seem to suggest that the action of the first cause are dependent on lower beings. And obviously this is a critique in Alexander of Aphrodisias, which highlights how this basically attributes imperfections to God because it presents him as a principle that fulfills the end of lower creatures. In the Shifa, Avicenna argues that linking goodness to an intention means the good only exists through the intention for coming to be or not to, coming to be. Similarly, in Al-Mabda' wal-Ma'ad, Avicenna asserts that if God intellects things with intention, it would lead to multiplicity of his essence. So God intellects himself and grasps everything from his own principles and not from what exists. Thus, he's the principle of all good without intention. And another addition here is that he emphasizes how God's knowledge and will are one, and thus his will intellects the good that emanates from him on the basis of his order. So this leads me to conclude that obviously Ibn Sina's disagreement with the Mu'tazilites rests on his rejection of, on an ontological, one could say, rejection of associating multiplicity to God through the concept of intention. Now I come to the last point, to the second point, that is the distinction between their theories of the values of human action. As we all know, the Mu'tazilites use the principle of qubh and husn to define the nature of acts and therefore ascribe to each act an intrinsic property, which determines its value as either good or bad. The attributes of an act are real and can be attained through the intellect, and this is what, again, Ayman noted that this can be understood in terms of moral realism. In contrast, Ibn Sina is skeptical of human capacity to reach truth about ethics and therefore postulates the necessity for the lawgiver as in fact part of providence. Thus he defines values in terms of what is praised and blamed by the law. Still, he attributes a rational character to law, adopting an archaic theory which postulates that following the revealed law, people generate good disposition toward inculcating virtuous habits, and the opposite would lead to vices. He also attributes to both the value of good and bad some sort of teleological view, and here again, here he's somehow building up on Farabi's. Also, he alludes that the Mu'tazilite and the Taliqat seem to ignore that evil would only be real on the basis of the intellect if we did not have an order that preserves the universe. So consequently, evil is deemed necessary component of how the order, but it's not real, and its negative essence is asserted by the preservation of the universe, which is also guaranteed by the system of punishment. So again, Avicenna is in no way adopting a realist or, as Hurani defined it, objectivist theory that is a real moralism. Now let me come to my last point, which is the epistemology of moral maxims, like the saying, justice is good and evil is bad. In discussing moral epistemology, Muslim scholars often refer to the status of these type of saying, or one would call them ethical maxims, such as lying is bad. The Mu'tazilite underlined that lying is bad is a true ethical predicate and is always true. In response to this claim, some Ash'arites, like Ghazali, for example, challenged the absolute status of lying is good as it can be good to protect the Prophet's life, gesturing toward more of a contextual ethics. And curiously, Ghazali is in some way building up on Ibn Sina, but although he often is, he picks and chooses what he likes from Ibn Sina. Ibn Sina discusses these these ethical maxims and their epistemic status in his Logic and Psychology. While he admits that these are accepted among people, and he underlines that these are not innate proposition, they're not fitri, not linked to fitra as a cognitive kind of disposition, which only carry an a priori proposition about theoretical knowledge, like the whole is greater than the part. Still, Avicenna posits that these principles are, I would argue, generated inductively. Thus, he admits that while propositions can be true or untrue, they can gain a rational status. So, and he, unlike what some modern scholars argued, that he associates them to the estimative proposition, I would say he does not. He's very clear that these propositions are different from the estimative wahmiyat and are different from the what is fitri, the innate or the axiomatic proposition. So instead of ascribing somewhat an intuitive status, he provides them with an inductive basis. So to conclude, such comparison, I hope I conveyed, could showcase how the loose use of objectivism is misleading and does not do justice to discerning diversity within ethical theories. No matter how little these diversity nuances are important. Another suggestion I'd like to make is really to look more into how these scholars frame their ethical theories in terms of theory and practice, or metaphysical theory and ethical theory, and how these two relate, something I don't think we have done enough in the field. So I guess that brings me to, I think I can conclude. So I said what I, thank you.
نشكر الأستاذة فريال بوحافة التي ادخرت وقتها المخصص لها، والآن ننتقل إلى المغرب الأقصى مع الأستاذ معزوز عبد العالي من جامعة الحسن الثاني في الرباط. عنوان المحاضرة مفهوم التقدم والجماليات في
the progress in the aesthetics and beauty and arts. Peace and prayers be upon you. My greetings to all of you, and thanks a lot for Mohamed Bin Zayed University for the invitation, and all the staff members, and to the United Arab Emirates, my sisterly country. The subject, as of course introduced as Mr. Moderator, titled the conception of progress in the aesthetics and beauty and in art. but really will be more briefed in some branched title for my word. It is the conception of the conception of scene, and was really, of course, already started in the Renaissance in Italy with Quattro Lascianto and of the 14th century. And really, it is really a big spectrum movement, artistic. Of course, really was really in the Lawrence. It is the cradle of its movement was in the Lawrence. When discovering the scene, I do specialized to be more imaging of the what we might call la peinture, might photographing and the other, but only and might also include photographing and imaging and digital photographing, and which is really for some it is only just the depiction which is really already discovered the artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, and Michelangelo, and all of them from Florence. Of course, Leonardo da Vinci traveled to France, and also Leonardo da Vinci already immigrated to and work in France. What really I'm going to analyze truly, especially perspectively, yes, perspective or perspective in French and perspectively in English. And whenever we going to see and analyze the unseen within the limit of the conception of the Renaissance, of the new conception of the Renaissance. Of course, it is beyond the really the spread of new generation, it is about the representation or assimilation, or when we talk in French. Of course, we are in the Renaissance to some new image of the world, new, especially in the art. And in the Renaissance age, at that time, looking forward to possess and to own of this sphere and conception of which is really to be in the base for the Western philosophy and about Descartes, and also extended to Descartes and Spinoza and other big and major philosophers who are really to make so for this age from really a new era for this one. The conceptions already launched in this field after discovering the unseeing, and they are really central conceptions about the centralization of the human being, the centralization of the humanity. Of course, the centralization wouldn't become external, but the human being and the man is a really coincidence of the, and also the crucial pivotal of the centralization, which is really and the milestone of the centralizations for the philosophy of enlightenment and romanticism and other one. From the conception of scene, of course, the time is tightening, of course, for the Battista Alberti and another artist also imaging and photographing and also depicting Leo Alberti was different with others, from the others who wrote the life of artists as a book and a big reference in the history of the art. And for Mr. Really, who is the first one who really founded such a really new field in the history of art. And by the way, is about imaging of the art. New Alberti, of course, he also when he really contributed to for the engineering and the mathematical of the depicting and imaging, but he made it as to be available by at the hands of the artists to be as a guide for them. Afterwards, Leonardo da Vinci, who made and wrote the big book, which he founded also the rules of depicting imaging and photographing, and Leonardo da Vinci of the multi-skills and the multi-specializations and the multi-artists and discovering so many machines and inventing and make some designs, and also for all of the really properties and for all objects that he invented. Of course, they were all inventions in the Renaissance age. Of course, some 8 minutes. Very speedy. Well, I'll pass by the next really image moment, which is really important, and also in the progress. It is really the. Allow me, please. Of course, my throat has been dried. Of course, there's the Enlightenment movement, which is really very important here. The aestheticity and the beauty of this in the arts of this Enlightenment era. I have 2 examples, very brief. Is it Dennis Pedro and Kant? Because they are really loyal and they are attributed to the same mechanism and to the epistemology of this one already prevailed in the 9th century and 10th century. Diderot said, who is really the first of the beauty and the issue of this one. He said it triggered the question. Everybody thinks that knows the beauty, but really nobody knows what is the beauty, what is the aestheticity, what is the beauty, what is the one. Of course, after that will come Kant again in 1770, and of course some really not being known the skills and the gift, which is really tasting at about we call tasting, yes, and the taste, and of course with the taste the beauty has been discovered, and of course the beauty, and of course so depending on senses and to be perceiving what is really the stages and senses sensitivity of the beauty. Of course, not all non-rational and materialistically and emotionally, of course, might be interested with the beauty and the beautiful. And Kant already made some paradigm and context for the architectural, for really criticizing the rationality, criticizing the work rationalism, and criticizing the work and the governing skills. Of course, this really all are the pillars of the philosophy of Kant. Of course, we discovered and about the sensitivity or beauty to Kant. It was really a big challenge. Of course, some other bricks to be also built again and also some other bricks will be built. well, I'll shift. Of course, the time is very tight, and now I will shift to the very important, really turning point in the artistic depicting or la pictorial arts or the picture arts, whatever similar to this one. It is really a turning point in the history of the 20th century. This is really, of course, turning over and turning the table, whatever already discovered for the Italian artists, that will be turned over. And this one, most of artists will come back and might totally be summarized. Some movements, really, some other for the movements, for the triggering movements and the house and the surrealism, yes, and the abstractions, all of this working to destroy and to destruct the conception of the image. But coming, there are some three dimensions. They are two of the biodimensional, yes, biodimensional sphere, which is really, of course, the three dimensions, but of course, it is really to be destruct of this conception of this really in this movement, and of course, really with some rope of and covered with some really theoretical approach, and of course to destruct the art and also more figuration that really at that time was really preferring as the art of the history. Of course, it might be also trigger revolution, which is really would be from the superficial of the deep would be turned over. The deep, the depths wouldn't be better than from the superficial, but are all superficial, and this are all unilateralism and the monotheism and monocolorism, which is really are meant by the artists of the contemporary arts to get out of some really the trap of the conceptions of the Renaissance, which is really the theoretical Renaissance, which really was prevailing at the time. Of course, some of artists already embracing the imagination to get out of the authority of the rationality, the same as surrealism, Tul Antila, and also there is no way only to overview all of them. Of course, the time is very tight. I will overview on the screen some other drawings. Some for Raphael. Which is titled, it is Athens School, and as the other two persons, and they are also Plato and Aristotle. It is in the middle, and also and some other philosophers. They are really, as you see, what's really might be interested. The scene, please. I will go past this one. When we understand the understanding the art from the scene, this is a scene, and also some lines, the vertical and horizontal lines, and what is really important at the vanishing point. The vanishing point, which or the vanishing points, which is really it will be based on the scene. Of course, the second, of course, this is Mona Lisa, La Joconde. She has two names, La Joconde about her husband, La Joconde and also there is her husband asked from really the Da Vinci to draw, and this really this drawing, and also to draw the subject not Lagicond, of course, but really what might be might interest me is the way where Leonardo da Vinci to extract this picture, and it is really on the scene, and also the lines, and this one. Of course, so many technologies, not only, but really all applied. They are all the same, of course. It is really, and also again, Leonardo da Vinci. This is the last dinner, or yes, the last dinner. Yeah, this is the one really. Of course, it is the middle, the mission point. It is really a vanishing point. The point. All the points are met in this one. It is here the Christ. It is really the Christ, and make some really the last dinner for all our really companions and followers. This is Yahuda. Are all the persons are really surrounding the Christ. How is it to apply of the scene technology when are applied by Leonardo da Vinci? Thank you very much.
نشكر الأستاذ معزوز عبد العالي.
هل كنت ملتزما بالوقت؟
ودقيقة زيادة.
We thank Mr. Mahmoud Abdul Ali. Are you committed to time? Yes. We move to this interference will open the door wide to research in the epistemology of the terminology. We touched on epistemology and epistemology and statistica, and from the Last Supper to the last interference, Mr. Saleh Salim from the Emir Sattam University in Saudi Arabia. His title is Philosophic and How the Cinema Can Think Philosophically. Thank you, Dr. Saleh. The floor is yours. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thanks are extended to Mohamed Bin Zayed University for Humanities and the organizers for this conference, and for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to talk to you how cinema thinks philosophically, which is called philosophic, because every time has its art dominated by it, and the art that affects a lot in our time is the cinema art or the cinematics. Therefore, I try to be interested in it so long. More than 10 years ago, I used to research about that. I have been researching what is the relationship between cinema and philosophy, either from the point of the thoughts of philosophers, how they embody this in the film, or through how the cinema affects the philosophical reality or thought. In this paper, I tried to analyze the interest of philosophy in cinema in three parts. The first one is the ontology part, and the second is the epistemology, and the third one is what is related to the philosophy of science. On the ontology side, I have found that value of love and death in the films, and there is embodiment for the ontology issues in that the philosophers use in the film. And in the moral side, I have found, for example, a research about the theory of justice or the morals I found in certain morals. I will touch on details later. In the third side, through the science philosophy, I have found the interest in issues, or two big issues, which are the brain and consciousness, or through biotechnology, which is related to AI, or artificial intelligence, or biotechnology. The artificial intelligence, or AI, is interested in the side of that the robot made or industrialized, how it can acquire the consciousness that man has. But in biotechnology, this man, how he can enter technologies through the brain, as they are doing in certain companies, in Elon Musk, for example, how to control the nerves through the chips, and how man can be automized, how man can be a machine. These things we found in the films. We can find the interest in the film, or the cinema in general, is an interest in that goes to the margin. This means it researches the philosophy after modernity, because if you look at the film as a popular film, or beyond the center, beyond the central research, we do not find, for example, many academic interests that take care of the cinematic side through the philosophy. In our departments, for example, in the university, through also my research, I did not find a lot of care, or in the Arab philosophers, in the relationship between cinema and the philosophy. And most books we have found, they are translated. Moreover, we find, for example, a big interest in the relationship between the cinema, the philosophy with the cinema, considering the cinema is a secondary thing, while if we look, for example, a series or musalsal consisting of more than 40 episodes, and it is a serious philosophical series, very popular, and it was influential, that it can be considered an encyclopedia of cinema, as the philosophers, for example, write in their encyclopedia in the etymology of the cinema. And this series, I wrote a lot about it. I do not remember its title. I will remember it later, maybe. But it indicates that this series has concepts and thoughts of the philosophers like John Locke, that some names of the characters named them after the philosopher themselves. John, for example, John Locke, he named some of the characters Locke, and he took the philosophy of Locke and applied it in this character in dealing with the reality. This indicates that the cinema also can be an encyclopedia by itself, not only as a thought or an idea. We can find also the existence here, the idea of Heidegger in existence is found in a complete film titled The Existence Here. And he talks about the man in his existence, where he lives on a farm and working as a servant for a big merchant, and he does not know anything about the world except he is working the works vested to him in this house, and suddenly he dies, the owner dies, and the property was sold, and he is forced to go outside the epistemological world. In his exit, he falls into troubles. And this is where Heidegger philosophizes in his interest in anthology and going to the epistemological side completely. In other words, looking at this film will make us understand more and more Heidegger, the idea of existence of Heidegger, and how the relationship between ontology and epistemology is a big argument and a big problem. That's why Heidegger, for example, interested in the issue of Heideggerology in comparison to epistemology. We also find that the issue of love and death in a film titled Death and Love and Death, in the humorous side of Woody Allen, who is known with philosophical films, and he wrote many films and produced them, and some of them he acted in them, in the films. We can find the value of the death and love in a perspective of philosophical, ontological side, how he thinks in the existence. In other words, when love is absent, death is present. We find this existed in his philosophy through this offer. This idea is existed a lot in his thesis, in the thesis of philosophers, how they philosophized. For example, Abdurrahman Badawi in the issue of love and entered it in the existence when he added, for example, the idea of existence of Heidegger and others of other philosophers of existence. Also, the issue of death with Cyril Mill, how he, for example, interested in the issue of death. And therefore, we find that the philosophization that is found in philosophers, we can enter it and involve it in the cinematic embodiment or analysis, called cinematic embodiment. And this surely will influence a lot in the offer, the general offer of the societies, particularly for those who did not study or read philosophy or try it. The Mind of Man is also another title of film. We find how the academic teacher who argues about ethics and teaches in the university in the film, and he used to talk to them how Kant use what is right in terms of practical mind and compliance. But he felt into trouble in his life, denied all what he taught in the class when he entered into a loving relationship with his girlfriend, and he tried to triumph or made victory for her against an evil, made him fall in trouble, forced him also to kill somebody, and he also killed his girlfriend who loved her, so as he will not be known, and he fell as a victim for death. So the philosophical argument for Kant has changed or transformed from the compliance in the class to die. This teacher dies who used to teach what is right for Kant. He died for that. And in the issue also of the research in the existence of the epistemological side. Could you please conclude, Mr. Saleh, because we are out of time? Sorry. We have also, in the philosophy of the science, we can find the importance of the cinema in the philosophy of science is very important because it is based on the fiction, scientific fiction. Because in argument, philosophical argument in the issues and the people who wrote in the issues of neurology or nerves or linking the brain with the nerves in the philosophical argument with the philosophers, we can find the scientific fiction is an image in the cinema makes it appear better than writing about it. So in other words, when we see it in the cinema, will be more influential and makes us think a lot more than we write it. For example, we can find, I mentioned either in biotechnology or in, entering the technology, or in AI or artificial intelligence, where people research an important issue, either writing in the scientific philosophy or a cinematic film that discuss the issue of the brains, which is consciousness. In other words, the sense or senses, not the brain. The epistemological side always research in the brain, since the Greek until now. But the scientific philosophy took the philosophical side into another side completely through the brain, which is the issue of senses. How this robot can feel. If it feels, the robot, if it feels, in this case, we cannot find any difference between it and the man. So what enters into man from thoughts and beliefs and ideas, they are also data entered into the brain, and they are output as a behavior for man. The robot makes the same. So it receives these data and produce it or them as ideas. I will mention briefly some titles of films you can see. The titles of films: Frandistis, The Matrix, Chow also, Sense8. These are titles of films. You can look at them later. Also, X Machine is a modern film, and it's very important in its field. And thank you so much for listening, and peace be upon you. Have a good day.
شكرا الأستاذ.
Thank you, Mr. Saleh, for this insightful talk. I received a paper which talks about there is no time for discussion or asking questions. Is there time for discussion, please? 5 minutes only? Okay, we will have 5 minutes only for discussion or asking questions. We will move directly to the second session without break. Is it scientific fiction or reality? So we will have 5 minutes for discussion, please. If you have questions.
It is really 5 minutes for discussions and for the floor. Yes. I think the first one is really Mr. Ahmed. Really, I do really extend my thanks to all the panel, which is really very beautiful panel. I have only a question for this. When we talk about philosophy and art, in fact, art, it is really one of the subjects of the philosophy, and also it is really something. It is philosophy, of course, stemmed from art, and for the religion and art, and philosophy really are interested in so many subjects. How to make some philosophy in art, but as really the art and the artist himself or herself really turn it into philosopher. And of course, we are talking about the total artist Van Gogh. Of course, turn it into to be philosopher or motivating what is really in it as this relationship. I have a question. Is there we have some art in under society, in some consuming and marketing society, and also especially for some really about some of course, in fact, this really the issue about really related to art. It is transparent and barrier. It is something to be it is the pipe is a pipe. The one who did knows about pipe. He might say it is a stick. But was there some smoking? Might there is a question in brief. My question is, and it is really in the consuming society killing of the art. Why? Because literature and my design for and so on. It is really something really was really ready-made. So there is no creativity and innovation. The art really sometimes might be turned into really a barrier. The beauty of Mona Lisa is not reality, because the power of beauty might barrier or might hinder, and it is really something. Another really some question. Some another question. Thank you. I have some observations. It is some observations about Mr. Dr. Mazouz. About Quattrocento. It is the fifth century. It is Quattro century. It is the 5th century. As for the scene, it is a shifting from the optics or the scenes perspective. Of course, by the end of the 14th century, of course, the perspective series. When we made some opticals from the scene, mechanisms and tools to be really and also the key of this one we might find in the Lorenzo Gabelti, which really about shifting about this one, and about this really about this optics and some other observations about Vasari, and really about we're talking about a bit and after Alberti, and also the importance of the two men, of course, and the most important Alberti in very brief book, which is really mentioned in 1436, where is addressing to the artist. He's addressing the artist. You should learn mathematics. This is the key for the scene. When the photographer resorts to really the engineering lines, and which really became the delusion of death, illusion of deaths. This is just really and might really thank you very much, and really is there any another question? Is finish? Okay, finish. Thank you. So now the questions will go some other answer or something. Which question to whom? Thanks a lot interacting. As for is there some still there is some art, of course, with it. It is really there is everything converted, everything is changed, and also science. What really interested me that's art changed from the photographic to the some really. And also from this one it's already changed, and with a meeting between art and philosophy, and but not of course there is some conversion from image to another image, and also of course it is not a pipe, and it's, also it is really how to be the objective of this idea. It is the idea of the objective of the art. It is, which is it is not really the art, but really to strike of also break of all our traditional relationships and between between image and idea. Of course, we should always criticize with the relationships with what's really named. And the last, I have really talked about the secret of of course, the beauty. There are the beauty of ugly, the beauty of ugly. And thank you very much. I do not really, I do not really disagree with you. It is it is 1/14th quarter symptom. Yeah. Mm. Uh, as for the Alberti, you said the obstacles after came after Alberti. I don't think about that. Yeah. Yeah, you are we are learning from you, and I trust in your collections. But as for the opticals, for the artist of the life of the artist, the first founding book was really the first one. It is the first one launched and set up and change and to make the first depicting the history of depicting and Basar. Of course, nobody can be not controversial and think and really considered and deemed as a reference for all the historians of art. Thank you very much. We have transcendence and really superseding the 5 minutes. We have Dr. Saleh might would like to add something. This is really something that the artists who are really embodying the philosopher. We might find some philosopher as producer or as really who are merging between philosophy directly, and we find some the idea and to be some to be as a cinema and a movie. Of course, as that really I have mentioned in the movie Lost. Lost الضياع. This really this very important and well-known movie series. I think we should conclude the panel. Thanks a lot for you all. Might directly go to the yeah. So we do really thank you a lot. Thank you a lot for all the participations and contributions. And again, we renew again, welcoming you in our second day for our international conference. Of course, we'll have some the progress and the beauty. Would like again welcoming Professor Dr. Andokia in Italy. Again, Professor Nabil Faizu from the Ministry of Education, Morocco Kingdom, and also Professor Ibrahim Mashrouh from Qarawiyyin University, and also Professor Ahmed Kaza from Aida Kali, Morocco University, and also Dr. Anti Hamdi from University Ain Shams University from Egypt. Most welcome and to the stand.
شوية. وعليكم السلام. تفضلوا. مرحبا.
Good morning, everyone. I will introduce the second session for this morning, and I reiterate my thanks and my gratitude for my invitation for this conference. And we will start with Mr. Nabil Vazio from the Ministry of Higher Education in the Morocco Kingdom. And the title of his philosophical anthropology and the philosophical conception of man as an introduction to the humanitic critique and progress. Thank you, Mr. Pazio. I would like to tell an information. The translation is from Arabic to English and from French and vice versa. I request the presenters to speak slowly, please, to respect the translators or the interpreters. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President, and thanks are extended to the organizers and the people who controlled. My interference is to give guidelines for the study I offered within the thinking of this general topic of the conference, which is the progress as a challenge of philosophical challenge. I opted for the contribution of certain anthropological philosophers, contemporary philosophers, considering that this research has good importance and we can invest it to answer a question, the same question that gathers us of thinking in the progress and the trajectory of man, about the danger of progress. I will move to another point. Any reader for philosophy to take care of, we can find that there is a kind of fear, philosophical fear, related to thinking of the human's fate and the future of human nature at the side of the challenges that offered by the academic and scientific philosophy. We have a big question about the nature, and most contemporary philosophers from the beginning of the 20th century until now, I would like to thank, for example, what Michael Sander and Habermas, Luc Ferry have written to be aware of the presence of this content. So we should answer the question or ask the question, what happens with man and why the human nature and the existence became a philosophical question? Why it is transformed to a philosophical care despite this scientific advancement that promised humanity to redeem it and take it to the shore of rescue or safe shore. I have my study, the question of thinking about man in the contemporary times. What distinguishes this context in general is the biological scientific model involvement becoming a paradigm to overwhelm the nature, reality, and force its machinery and technical perspective. Also, there is a big involvement for the artificial intelligence question, which not constitutes a challenge that a human in general itself, but also for philosophy in particular. Because this is a question, why do we need philosophy and why do we need this thinking that pretends it is a critical thinking. If we have a type of new cleverness that can exceed our human and critical thinking. In addition to that, this general context, as Bourdieu noticed, is distinguished with a crisis that the human sciences live, that thinks about man, and it is based on the specialization. The more strict these sciences are and specialized, the more they lose the content, the core, and the spirit of the human. So Bermiker considered the philosophical anthropology is not only a philosophical research added to the conventional ones, but it is more than that. It is a task. It is a philosophical task that man needs, the contemporary man needs, and cannot live or think about his future without it or without realizing it. Therefore, I would like to take the concept of philosophical anthropology in this meaning that given by Bourdieu, and we understand that it is not only a philosophical research as others, but we understand that it is a task that we should use it to save man and get back its spirit and its forgotten fathom. So I defended in my thesis the questions offered by the scientific advancement, which are critical and important about our existence, about our future. We, anthropology can benefit us in answering these questions, or at least benefit us in understanding them as questions. And here I move from what Hav Blumenberg said when he noticed that the important thing in asking question, what is man? This is the basic question for the philosophical anthropology. Not only answering the question, this is not important to answer the question, because every trial to answer this question will get will get us back to accumulations of what the philosophers presented about man. The most important thing, according to Van Blumenberg, is to think about the conditions of not answering these questions. And I believe suggesting the conditions of not answering the question will open us our door wide the impediments of the meaning of our content and our humanitarian condition that we live on. We can remember an important issue. The emerge of anthropological philosophical question is the emerge related to the contemporary times, as Michel Foucault noticed in philosophical anthropology, and he is always related it to consciousness of the danger of scientific advancement in contemporary times. He noticed, Michel Foucault, he noticed that the question was offered, what is man? With Kant, after scientific transactions, moved the overview of man, of himself, and the cosmos, or cosmotex, or the universe. One of the features of this transformation studied by Foucault, first, exceeding the Christianity or religious between the spirit and the body, impairment, and exceeding the perspective of man based on ethical or religious side, or number three, exceeding the understanding of human reality. Of course, in order to understand this transformation, we should link it to the scientific discoveries that man, the Western man, knew since the 17th century, and dropped the classic model for understanding the cosmetics or the universe and the status of man in it. So when the question was asked by certain philosophers, particularly Kant, what is man? It was an echo for the this coup that has happened or occurred. I will not talk a lot about Kant, but I will mention two important issues that will benefit us in order to understand the current context. The first one, what is man, was asked after critical questions, three critical questions. The first one, what can I know, what should I understand, and what we should hope. These critical questions that based for the philosophy for Kant. What can we understand or infer from this? Kant, by his embodiment for the lights and the rationality, through his faith in these and apply them on dimensions of a man and existence, he took care of the danger of this fragmentation of man, put them in a comprehensive question, the existence of the question of existence or man as a whole. The horizon opened by Kant draw attention to the forces of the imagination, which is more important to understand man in his fragility and discrepancies and conflicts, internal conflicts. So when the contemporary asked the question, what is man? They found these references before them and they based their theories on them. To cover this quickly, in contemporary context, I focused on some names that all of them share in, first of all, their stance of phenomenology. We noticed that anthropology, the contemporary philosophical anthropology, went out from the whim of the phenomenology, particularly to criticize the superior side in phenomenology and its scientific breadth. They point out, for example, to the Heidegger, for example, points to the critique of philosophy and by Gehlen and others. These are the things I focused on. The result is the necessity of taking the philosophy out from the fist and the hegemony of this superior in order to understand man better. And these examples share also. Could we please, you have 1 to 2 minutes to reach the conclusion, please. If you conclude, please, because you have 1 to 2 minutes only. The second question is that the contemporary people criticize the biological model for knowledge that led to understanding man. Thirdly, these philosophers ended up to base a philosophy in the action, except Heidegger. And this means that the anthropology, philosophical anthropology, tried to get back the original meaning of man, not through escaping from advancement, scientific advancement and development as an inevitable issue, but through openness of a new way of the man, active man. As if that what we forgot in the history of philosophy is the man, the active man. But according to Blumenberg, he remembered the issue of Lazimide, for example. So everyone remembered another one. In all cases, what I want to focus on as a final result, the risk or the danger that we fear is the scientific advancement is inevitable, of course. We cannot escape, but absolutely. Heidegger, as he said, from where the risk comes, there is the risk or the safety. So the solution is not to deny this risk, but to understand it and to find our content through it. I'm sorry if I take over time. Thank you, Mr. Nabil, and I'm really sorry for your role or interrupt you due to shortage of time. It is understood what I mean. We move to Mr. Ibrahim Mashrouh from the University of Al-Qarawiyyin in Tunisia, in Fez.
Okay. We talked about with Dr. Ibrahim Mashrouh to see and also to overview the ethical dimensions and also some research about this. In the name of Allah, the most merciful, most compassionate, subhanahu wa ta'ala. It is really Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and the peace and the prayers to the true, most trusty and the most faithful, peace and prayers be upon him. Of course, wouldn't be really forgotten to really extend my thanks to the leadership of the United Arab Emirates and the peoples of Arab Emirates, and really wouldn't really not to really thank and extend my thanks to all the people or really and efforts caring about this conference, really talking about really something really it is interesting about progress. And I do thank my His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, the chairman of the trustees of the universities of the, and also His Excellency Dr. Khalifa Al-Zahari, the chancellor of the university, and all my dear friends and sisters. It is really in my overview, we emerged and launching this really of subject really related to progress, of course. It is really only the human being, only progress. How is it when the people progress, when he really how to make and when of course when some creator and Homo economics and really became to Homo Bercotis really is elated and the most appreciated ranking about, we'll talk about man with the ethical dimension. In this our really compromise and proximity really for the some of the non-divine and also with the philosophical perspective. Of course, man has dimensions with the responsibility. Of course, responsibility, and really man might also really make surrounding, make some, of course, be responsible for his conducting and behave. But what really is it really progressing from what he's really making and also knowing his identity while he's progressing? The man, it is really contemporary, for the extension of the time, which is really. It is really this Stone Age, of course. Stone Age. It is Renaissance of age. The people are really for some. But whenever some the progress already, when it is progressing. If it is some, of course, technological and technology, really this about this, of course, the existence of the man. Sometimes caring about this existence. Of course, he went back to technology. Of course, technology became technology from the man and where this to be changed from something, but technology as Heidegger, it is from some this really, it is really something a science, and if some really changed into some, of course, not to subject, not to, but to be of course emerging from it. A little bit slowly, of course. It is man, it is the responsible entity. Of course, ethics always really overviewing in every minute and in every moment. Of course, we should say to the to some philosophy. It is really philosophy of friendship, philosophy of cordially relationship, and a philosophy of friendship, and the philosophy of cordially relationship, and of course the man, of course, cordially would like to be interacting by bodies and hearts and senses and emotions and feelings, of course, to be of course really a human being from its name. Of course, this to interacting with the existence, some of course, to be existed, to be also not only for the existence, not externally, not externally. And also the ethical dimension is are really multi and also be several, of course, and also multi, from Allah, of course, the miserable man will be without Allah, without Allah. Allah is really something is very important. The man would be deprived and would be miserable life without Allah. Of course, it is really ethics and really to be how to be and to come back, of course, and also to be to make it. Of course, the humanity to be really and to be also in some cordially, some intimacy, and also the existence to be with living with others. But of course, the horizon was really wouldn't think about. Of course, to be existed. But of course, existing with death, it is really basically, and also to let it more, and also really, and also the important to be also behave of something, to be of something of the caliphs, and to be as agent and between progress and innovation, in order to make the innovation of the man and the ethical dimension for the also the innovation is a mechanism of it is really in each 100 years there is innovation, but progress. But really progressing, just forwarding to and to be subject of some anxiety or metaphysics anxiety. Or when we review this matter, we should come back to really what is really when we imagine about man, not imagine as a bird when Ben Sina, or not as superior as a nature image, but the man already really created in very hurry, and also a man also already to be earthy, but man already to be ready, of course, to be some superseding and to be really transcendence. Tawhidi said in the past, the man has been really make problematic to the man. Of course, making some problem. Of course, this is the whole. This is the catastrophic that really case that we get might be out of this from this. How is it this cradle of the and also output of the creation? From creation to really to creation of the man already created from the clay, from the and also and famous. It is really famous this phase of the hammer, which is really and this clay and this of course this clay and this burned clay, of course it is really this creation might really might say that really there is some unity of the fitra, the common fitra of the it is a programming that really the genes programming of the man, the fitra, it is a fitra. So many words and so many advocating and also for the defending of the also and also against of the existence, and of course I might conclude. Of course I had to conclude. No choice. Of course, there's so many long, but really I'm going to make some conclusion. Of course, it is the necessity of, and also to return of really ethics. Of course, there are some other to innovate, and with this also. And thank you very much.
شكرا.
Thank you, Mr. Mashrouh, for this insightful speech. And from Fez, we pass to the Al Judeida city with Mr. Ahmed Kazan from Shu'aib Dukal University. The title of his presentation is The Humanitarian Situation Between the Individual Existence and the Choral or Collective Existence. Peace be upon you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers and the University of Mohamed Bin Zayed for Humanities for organizing this conference. And this is the second invitation to come to this university, and I find everything good in it, really. So I also would like to thank the audience. I would like to talk about the humanitarian status between individuality and collectivity. The topic of a human is one of the basics that all the knowledge share. Braze, because man is the axis of existence and the universe, as touched the existence of in the picture, because man is the only creature and preferred one is who is found on the picture, and which is called in the literature is the appearance on the picture as the picture of the God. So the topics are interfere and intertwined. Science, philosophy, and literature, art, thought, and everything intertwined to become a technological application, which is technologies. This study works to highlight the knowledge and its parameters through the human relationships based on the question, what are the specifications to move from the individual into the collective existence? Is this exit from the date to acting or activated with others? And this historical transformation, social from modernity and after modernity, will form, the advancement will form in the field of technologies and sciences. And what follows the critical change in the human relationships through the transformations that affected the communication and reach out the world or the superior world, and the strategies of the investment technology to work to exit human from the conviction and the sectarian will to faith of the mind, calling for justice and freedom and equality. This is this enlightened work against the narrow sectarian has achieved the horizons of knowledge within the abilities of the human, and based on the conformity of human awareness and consciousness and mind. And human academics also work to think about the human status in terms of the existence of social, economic, and biological existence. In addition to that, the exceeding of the calculation mind, it is a Heideggerian conception, calculation mind, which is the Kadawi or a propositional mind that believes as fixed facts. In addition to the exceeding of the calculation fact has two conceptions instead of time and place. The time of place concepts which related to the Torah in general and the Einstein theory of relativity. After Einstein, the concept of time was exchanged by speed. So the time is related to the speed of light, and the place did not remain. It became a limit. So it is no longer a limited place. So today the measurement is the speed of light, and the other is a limit, not a geometrical place which has parameters, because the strong transformation for communication has relations and multi-relations. Unlimited relations, and this is due to the information revolution as an alternative for the universe concepts. After modernity, after history, after man, after ideology, and so on and so forth. It is an announcement to end the activity of the individual as a tool. The Descartes concept, he puts the self in the consciousness. The conversion of the relationship between the meaning and the consciousness with one meaning, not multi-meaning, as in modern philosophy has many meanings and different meanings. They have one only meaning, which is created with Fall and Hegel and so on. With the emergence of the concept of this transformation, or this contemporary mind exceeding has embodied in the emergence of understanding the reality outside the mind and after the sense. It is a virtual reality, or what is called the superior reality, which we live in and we meet together, and it perhaps the real reality. To reconsider the idea of advancement started the 19th century by reconsidering its meaning as a coordination, close coordination about the human and its historical nature. And these are one of the basics that the advancement was related to the historical one. And he interpreted that by our teacher, our professor, the one who talked about that before, about the historical nature as the target which moved the idea of advancement or progress. And the progress became related to an end. And there is a relationship with a human nature which related to certain people or certain categories, which is the dominant or the bourgeoisie class. As Mohamed Bin Zayed sees, he criticizes critically the idea of progress, that the topic was confined with a time judged by the history and towards perfection, directed toward perfection, and it is an end for this history. And this is a contraction for the advancement or progress in the core and the main one, without belonging to what is non-Arab. Does not mean the cancellation of history. When we abandon the vision of the history, the logic will not be of abilities. This means that there is a logic that governs the advance, the progress or history. The humanity is heading towards progress, and here people forget what is non-Arab. And what is Arabic may seem that they do not have roles, but they stir or move the history. So the limitation of the modernity or rationality or the mind in general, it is a contraction. So we find it is contracted, the idea of progress. Although it's positive, it is contraction. The idea of contraction or the advancement is still in the cocoon, despite the critics started by Merleau-Ponty in the contemporary thought. There are many critics. I focus here particularly on one of the stances, basic stances, of Michel Marfujuli or Mafizuli in his assertion of the myth of progress, where he focuses on that progress is only a myth, and related to Pandora, Greek, and others, the Pandora's books. In dealing with that, for a critical vision, the most important one is the world of senses, or the internal cosmos or universe. The rationality dealt with the popular or the external cosmos or cosmetics or cosmos or universe, and there is cosmos in human related to what is beyond humanity. The internal cosmos or the sensation world, to say that there are morals. For this, there are multi-morals, talk about environment, love, female, meeting, friendship, the guest, etc., etc. These are levels. We do not talk about certain morals. We talk about general morals. The imitation or copycat, going back to the start, is called daily sociology, and we here focus on Mavizoli. Give me 1 minute, please. Mavizoli focuses on a basic idea in his book, Going Back to the Start, and the morals. He focuses on that, the necessity of going back to the start to gather between past, present, and the future. Why do we go back to the past? To give a model of the Japanese human, because he is more related to the advancement or progress and technology and advancement and science. But in his daily life, the Japanese is more related to the conventions and certain behavior in his life. So the idea of progress denied the existence of man who has history and focuses on the future. And here is the effect. In addition to that, the idea of progress also is the idea that going back to the start, to go our roots and know the things by their roots. The metaphysics, Japanese metaphysics, also focus on this, so that the Western human that who believes in advancement, and the Oriental one who believes in the future but preserves his roots and his conventions. So we contribute to the future while preserving our past and our roots. So the Western with the flower and the Oriental with the flower. The Western takes the uproot the flower, but the Eastern deals kindly with the flower. So we should base that on the idea of progress. Why this relation is important? Because it makes us relate to something in ourselves, innate senses, and the spiritual thing, to repeat the first picture, which is the divine picture, which will not be found unless we understand spiritually and understand that our spirit and the spirit of the religion also. So our idea will be more related to the progress, but we retail our origins, our history, and our boosting and our roots. Our roots are the strength, the spiritual strength that I can deal with you and others and build friendships, because the digital existence focuses on the spiritual relationship. It is only accidental, which does not boost the roots. They are accidental meetings only, because it is digital. We meet, we write, we discuss, we argue, we talk about something, but this has no basic, no fundamental, no origins, as John Sebi said, one of the researchers, in dealing with this minority. We should have a dialogue based on relationships, religious and self, between self and religion. This betterment can base the relationship of coexistence and no shared knowledge, because there is something that join us. Either we are in America or Morocco or in any other country, or UAE or another country, the place will not be will be limitless. There will be no barriers among us, between individuals and between the religions on which we should base them, so that we should be founders for dialogue, not for conflict. Thank you so much for exceeding time.
Thank you very much, Professor Mr. Ahmed Kaza. We do conclude the panel with the Professor Enji Hamdi from Ain Shams University, and where she will shed the light of the future of the digital man between philosophy and science. It is really a study. It is really some conversion importantly and really of the conception of man. Thanks a lot. In the name of Allah, and also the peace and the prayers on our Prophet Muhammad, peace and prayers. Our valued guests, most welcome. All greetings to all of you, for all of you in the name and person. And really, please allow me to all really who are really the professors working and organizing this really international conference. All my greetings and gratitude for the organization and also for the hospitality. Of course, I will really overview my working paper for the future of the digital man between philosophy and science, and also theory and probability and also convergence. Of course, the conception in this work about how to focusing about the vision and the future of the man in the really in the light of the technological and this word really, of course, led to some philosophical and really as existence and his materialistic and also really to make for him and from really changes and from convergence and to really to be convergence and also to be nature. Of course, there's something between some of the sensations of some ethical raised and really increased, which is there some the human nature to be just to be as a cipher, or to be just as to be as really to be robots, or that to be, of course, if we are really expanding this really of this one of some really electronic chips and to restore and retrieve the information, of course this really sometimes more some actualities and for the human being. Sure. Of course, what really some are already answered by, and what are really the changes. Of course, really some might lose the man identity, his identity, or to be for some technological individualism, as really for some really expectations, some really sometimes as a machine, as this that's really some individualism. Of course, there are some other pivots. The first pivots really sometimes really making some framework of the nature and also indication of human from man to the digital man. And second pivot also to see what are really about the identity of some human, and also see some other really some human of course orientations, and of course also as the transcendence of humanism. And the third one really to see discuss the results and also of the technological conversions and also the role of philosophy, and really as it is really the entrance of the restructuring of the man and then dignity. Of course, well, overview of some of the first pivot, the human being is really of the 20th century one really crossing some really turning point, which is really to be in some, of course, will might of course affect some another really economic, but also for the culture of the and also even the star, the ground, and also how is it really the earth, and also what are the expectations and the speeding up of the progress that really to be really something, to be some it is really some, like it is the same as some magic, of course, which includes all the life, and really and also the expectations that sometimes might reach to some sometimes two really turning points. The first one in the meeting and the integration between all really technological and technology of information, technology of communications, nano and others, and also some applications really to be also integrated, of course, with about some other and also really controlling of all the human being assets, and of course also the second stage will be from the information and from epistemology, and also where interacted with the man, and also in the genes. Of course, the latest development is thus reinforcing. It's really really reinforcing a man with some extraordinary powers that might be extended to some to be more double of the intelligence and so on. Of course, improvement and the development of the body powers, and also might be also in some psychological powers. So we don't make some, of course, some sometimes some bad habit, of course, with the technologies might, of course, to give and get rid of these bad habits, and also it might be also get rid of these bad habits, of course, by technology. The project of the reinforcing and supporting man, they are also after humanity, and of course they see that really with this, of course, technology, of course, there is something bad. Some the man was some other some development, and the rest to go to the whatever he chooses direction with all millions of. But we would like to talk. Is there man? The man will be also with some man when he might be to be in 200 years, or some also in the body, or some and even some really some other others or so on, and adding some other organs. What is the material of man? What is the man? Of course, it is really some technological, and also might be changed. So what is really the is there scholars or religion scholars in the name of whom the man would be might be changed with their people who are really to be really changed, and how is it to be the fate of the human beings, and also if of course if there is something with some, what is the name, what is the man, and also the first pivot, and also the conception of man, and the proximity of the humanity, and also this one, of course, this one, and also the importance. We might say that there is a future of man, and which is really linked and related to the technology, and became this really science, and of course not unless otherwise not restoring this fate. The fact is really the man, of course, to be really lighting in the horizon, and also to be really some really, of course, of some these questions. Of course, the questions really became really important for all, and all for all the sectors, and also of course, for our proximity of the man, not only historical proximity, it is only just philosophical proximity, and also to understand the indications which is really constitution and constituting the features of the humanity, and it is really some turning point in the history of the existence and the human thought. This pivot for also the conception of the human in the medieval ages and also contemporary. I would like to merge some, really make some conception merging between all these ages. Of course, I see in all these ages some there is something image prevailing. For not also in always contemporary, but there is something really argument. Of course, this highly image, and also some might be, of course, there might be really. It was really in the essence. Was essence. Of course, it was an essence. It is a spirit. It is really logos, which is really might be found in existence, and the existence in this one was really some medieval ages between the unity between the body and the spirit, and in the modernism, some also to be really some ignoring and also revoluting against this one. It is really the humanity orientation and the Enlightenment, which really specialized and really assorting the man in some to be for the knowledge, and also really believed in that really the human initiatives help better to the making of the history, and this progress will be in the meaning, and also literally will be in the direction of the human being. Of course, when we talk about the Enlightenment, the thinkers, and also really to the man to be only crowning as human decisions and decision makers, and became some really some against as really claiming against and also accusing of such really of course accusing of all the really the Western history, and also refusing between human being and between also the other, and refusing the nature, and also as final and as some fixed. Really, it is something really the criticism, post-modernism, which is really to give some more post-humanism. Of course, I have really overviewed about the post-humanism emerging and foundations, and what are objectiving and what are its objectives, where it really some really changing the for so by also many with some other artificial intelligence, and by AI, and by some really for really helping and really of course protecting against aging, and also really fighting the aging, and fighting the there are some man heartless man who is a man to be mixed with the machine, and a cyborg biotechnological man. Thanks a lot. All of these are really efforts already. This philosophy after the really of the I have been criticizing of this third pivots, and of course how is it to be more and how is it of these scenarios already posed really in need of the wisdom of philosophy, need of the ethical view, needs of the morals and ethics, and also having a new paradigm for the really with thinking, and also in the Western culture, and also might take us to enter into the losing of our humanity identity. Of course, just really allow me to overview the results that my research already reached. 1 minute only. I have been of the man of the with all technological, with all of the and also to what really what might be really, and also its effectiveness in the existence. And of course, every progress in technological, of course, there are some, the man wouldn't become the center of the existence, and not only, of course, these conceptions and some indications, and by this one, of course, I talked about. Of course, this the technological, of course, and the post-humanism, some other really sharp roots and sharp conversions after this. Of course, post-humanism, and of course, the heart and the emotions, and also the experience. We are in need redrafting of these conceptions. Of course, the philosophy of post-humanity, of course, might be not be really presented in our culture, or in Islamic culture, but it really, there is progress to be really progressing and widely spread in the Western societies. And thank you very much. This is last. So sorry for such really not to be quoting, but really there are some there are some for discussions for 5 minutes for discussions. Please, questions in brief. Questions in brief, not only just overviewing or dissertations or researches. No, we need some brief questions. I have only 2 questions. Briefing. The first for the Professor Angie. First, is there some exaggeration between the relationship of technology and applied technological? There are some Harari philosopher who wrote a book about the 20th century, and really some optimism, some really some charisms, and also really and also some really algorithms to be and I think some really sometimes really but actually seconds for a second Dr. Mashrouh, the conception of man is a man can be some ethical from human point of view, or not based in religion, but about the conception of some wouldn't find this ethical dimension some from the rational man, for autobiography, really about this man might be in the might be as a review. Is there some other questions? I'd like to really to introduce Dr. Ng to a definition of man. Man is the top of the progress of the organism. My question is to Dr. Ibrahim Mashrouh. It is some dimensions. It is a death. Why not the life? It is the development of life. Some really helping the people, saving the to all the properties to be really entities and to be in the existence, and why not all the life is coexistence for the not the death? Dr. Khalid, really I do thanks really for all the participations. I have of the first of the Dr. Fazio. How to talk about anthropological, philosophical, anthropological, not to about talking, for example, about Fouget, about Fico. For example, the talk about man, how to make some transcendence of the man, how to make some really some mediums might really thinking about the man, also to really eliminating the holiness of man from second question, and also second of the Professor Mashruh. You talk about the communication with the superiority, and also there are some really why not to talk that some another at least for we have some another thinkers experiences, and he thought about the superiority, not to be some, it is some another. Why well, there are some classical was technological was the technological and the philosophy as really for the really resisting to the philosophy and became in the really classical philosophy. Why don't really the philosophy to be really changed into also to make progress and also to be with this one? And thank you. We'll talk to the and about the answers in brief. About asking about the AI to make some about algorithms about it is really to be met with the really intelligence of the human being, and also to be compatible. There are some really for the some other don't be strange. There are some will be found. Of course, there are some robots will be really and there are so many robots to be able to think and to be more and some answers, some and some robots. Of course, there are some really developing of the intelligence of machine, or machine intelligence to be as really. So it is not really. This is the rule of the philosophy, how to make the sizing of this scientific. Some really others, as for the about AI, for some professor said about definition of the human of the progress. It is really incomplete definition. It is really puts meets the man in the biological dimension, and even if he's if of course he has awareness, he has spirit, determination, as a consciousness, we cannot all reducing all man of the features of man. Of course, not to be just to be organizing and social. There are so many other experiences that should be taken care and taken into consideration, and to keep his humanity. Thank you a lot. How to make really the ethics, to be the essence of the man, of course, derived from the creation. Of course, about in the Arabic language, we found some linguistically some definitions for what is the creation and the creator and the created. This really the well, because especially the al-fitra, about the fitra and about is depositing of the where is the spirit to be in the body. It is really programmed, and it is a fitra which is really already people and already allocated for all and already approved by all scholars and also the religion scholars and the religious scholars. Of course, the man, of course, embedding even for the programming of the AI, there are some really we might find some transmission or shifting from AI to be a transcendence or superseding. Or of course, man, of course, really might really launch ethical question, metaphysical, and also its existence, and it's really the second was the second one. It is in Arabic language. It is also the man. Also, it is some. It means about. It is linguistically derived from the meaning and from the root of the word for the meaning from the Arabic language. Also, to be represented in some this paradigm to be some as which is the Western paradigm. Of course, we have really some and also some other features, and also the reforming and this the innovation. And this really we are really sometimes this are wrongs. Of course, why do why don't we think about the life? Why don't think in the life, not in the death? Of course, Heidegger. Everybody will be really also destined by death. Every man, of course, just really waiting. This revision also for the man might give us the power of life. At last and not least, the reconnecting between the superiority and the man is really, it is really something. Whatever we have, if there is something, these spiders make the house of spiders, the house of spiders. Of course, it is programmed, and it is really to be to make and repeat it. But the man really might change, might, of course. Well, therefore, the man is responsible and accountable, and also really between the good and the bad and all of this. That's why to be ethical man. Shukran. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. As for Mr. Khalil, this context of really the sovereignty of fear about the philosophical for the some philosophical and also determining the fate of the philosophical anthropological, not only in about imagining about the future, but for understanding the issue. And of course, the issue of the criticism, even for the philosophical, for this proximity, of course, really make some reinforcing for some really of the phenomenological. Of course, what we are really today to returning to this proximity, and which is really enabling us to understand the man. Therefore, I have really stated and stressed on this one, and amid this progress of the scientific. Today, with this scientific progress, with another really progress, and we do really understand ourselves and ourselves also, and the human. This is the scene, and this is how to invest. This anthropological, this philosophical anthropological for the unity of the human, and also to be the harmony, and also to understand of this one. This منظور. We have some ideas with the conceptions of death and the conception of philosophy of today. Philosophy did not really progress, but what is really progressing is the science. But philosophy just interfere to address. There are so no subject, well, but really treating and philosophy is really interfering, critic interference, in order to make some restructuring or some interpretation or whatever. In this case, today, philosophy became very important. Of course, there is some threatening of the human being. Also might be also threatening the importance of how to keep and preserve the life. Of course, threatening the life means deteriorating and destroying the life. Of course, it is important, which is really it is some unseen picture in the man and about this Louis. When he talk about l'image, there are some other issues, and really some about the minor death and the minor life, and it is really the essence that really we should just guarantee existence today in order to really to gather in our in which is really when, and it's my idea. This is really the existence picture that really my gathering. It is guaranteeing of their life.
And by awareness, we can face the destruction of life. This makes us practice a new humanity, not in the meaning of the previous humanitarian nature which existed in the light of the enlightened people. It is a new humanity and renewable in humanity that opens us to a new relations of humanitarian relationships and the collective relationships, because the individual relationships is centralized around the self as it is the right and everything. So the new humanity is the one that makes the relationships, the collective relationships of a human, and there is an incentive that relates us among us all, which is love. Thank you. I think that there is no time for more questions, so I would like to extend my warm thanks to all of you for your participation, extensive participation and active participation. I would like to conclude. There is the role of the police, so we should contemplate what has been left from man. If we notice what is going on around the world, is a retreat for humanity and a progress for the culture of death and destruction. Thank you. We would like to thank the presenters of their insightful presentation, and we will thank Dr. Brahim Bouchachin from Mohamed Bin Zayed University for Humanities to present introductory presentation about the Journal of Philosophical Studies. The floor is yours, Doctor. You are most welcome. Peace be upon you. I would like to allow me some time to introduce the Journal of Philosophical Studies, and we consider this journal is an important event in the University of Mohamed Bin Zayed for Humanities because it is a journal accredited from a BRI company, and it has standards or criteria inspiring to be academic ones at the level of high level, optimum level. We have opted for the journal specified topics related to the philosophy of religion, and all the topics of religious philosophy are welcomed. And we made this journal talk about topics related to the intermediary philosophy, either Islamic or Christian or Judaism. We would like to care about this phase, which is one of the humanitarian thought phases, which we consider an important phase, and which may be the phase that the fetus, or the phase that has the fetus seeds to tell about the later to tell about the contemporary and the temporary or modern philosophy. The journal, of course, unfortunately, is currently small size. It does not exceed 125 pages. Therefore, we are really embarrassed of some of the contributions, big contributions we received, like, for example, Mr. Bouazati article, good article about the music, and Dr. Mohammed Mouladi also, who sent an important article also, but unfortunately, the pages exceeded the independent ones or the accredited ones, so we have asked some changes, although it was a bit difficult according to the article owners. Therefore, we hope that researchers who cooperate with us, and we, of course, this is introductory, by the way, to call the researchers to make this program or this project a successful one, and dealing with the humanitarian articles in these topics on pages that should not exceed 25 pages, and every page should not exceed 430, 30 words, so that we can be faithful and meet the criteria that are imposed by the Brill company in this phase particularly. And we hope that in the future, we hope that the matters will be much better. The journal issued by the future, have a seat, in the Abu Dhabi Book Fair, it has the topics. We try to talk about these criteria, and the journal also includes articles and books. So we call the researchers, please, to provide us with books not exceeding 1,500 words, and should be modern. The more modern they are, the better they are. In this religious philosophical journal and intermediary philosophy also. Also, the journal can accept or publish in each issue an article in another foreign language, either French or English. So in this issue, which will be issued recently, we have a French article written by Maroon Awad from a company working in this field. So we open the door wide for the article in each issue in another foreign language. So we are open to English and French now, and maybe in the future, if there is another language, we can adopt it. There is no objection to publish the article in. Here, of course, there is no time to draw attention for the researchers to curiosity and offer and presentation strictly, of course. These are all matters known for the researchers, and there's no time to remind them of. So the researcher, he knows how can he manipulate and write his article and build it up in academic way and a qualified way so that it can be published in a good journal. And when we receive the articles, we judge them initially. We publish some of them and we postpone others, but the judgment, the final judgment, is the one that Brill Company does. And it sends, of course, the researchers the articles and repeat the articles once again. And if there are some amendments, it will ask them for amendments also. And we are hoping what the jury, the unknown jury in the article that we will send them to. We'll send the articles to them. This is the purpose of this journal issue in cooperation with international publications to control quality and then distribution and publication. Of course, there is an editorial committee and consultancy also committee for the journal. This QR to have a membership for the journal, we hope that the researchers will scan it if they have ability to do that. For membership, of course. If there are any questions about the journal, please, you can ask away. We are ready to answer them. Please, if you have any questions about the journal, you can ask. Peace be upon you. Congratulations on this journal. We hope that this will be successful. In fact, I have a question. Why the journal is not in the philosophical studies and every issue should be specialized in philosophy of, for example, religion or another topic. Every issue should be specialized in another topic. These things will be discussed later with the editorial authority and the consultancy authority. Thank you so much for listening. Thanks a lot for Mr. Ibrahim Boshashan for this insightful presentation, and we ask you to have a break for lunch and prayer. We will meet at 1:30 to complete our sessions. So go back 1:30, please. Thank you.
in different subjects about different issues, and of course they will enrich our discussions and our debates in our session. Every speaker from 10 minutes to 15 minutes, of course, will allow for the space for the discussions and for any inquiries from the public, from the floor. Of course, I would be I leave the space for the speakers. Here, the Dr. Sameh noted will start with Dr. Abdul Munaim. In the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Thanks to Sheikh Mohamed Bin Zayed University for this invitation, and also thanks extended to the organizing committee. My subject today of the debate and argument of our rational and the progress of the Islamic societies, where this the idea of the progress of the rationality, which is has really been found in our economic foundation of some ethical base, where it has been constituted of the capitalism, which really made the West for the central of the history, and where it has been also the delivering of the progress of the societies, but also more than that for that as controlling synonyms and for this one, and also to achieve some economic really development through materialistic indications, through also the income, careful, and also types and paradigms of life. Sometimes, really, of course, some people referred such really economic progress to the absence of the ethics. Of course, the Protestantism, of course, about the living in the life, even for the economic, really, where the really the supremacy of the materialistic culture. Of course, under this culture and this one, they really focused on the logic of the and also really ignoring the auditing of the Islamic and its capitalism, and even for what is and also whatever, of course, to be the interpretations and justifications to be audited. Of course, we found that one of these thinkers of this the background of liberalism, they really loaded the religious approach, the reasons for such a big backward, or for such the same as Protestantism, where is Islam as a Islamic as a religion, just really not to be able to be changed into some ethics, but really some people of the not life of some people who are not really with the materialistic life, of course, did not respond, because where they are the absence of the salvation of this idea. For of course, they related this ethics with some Sufism, to be really endeavor and the submission of the human being to the determination of divine authority, and of course he has no right adoption. Where is really to, of course, we are all of some not accepting some really, which is really not as gathering money, which really has been really expressed in some about Islamic religion. And also another thinkers wrote and found this restriction. Why did not have such renaissance on the shape of the about the one really which is really already they found it in some the reason there is no independence of life, there is no the independence of the economic life. Of course, there is no some the traditional and this earning and living without any some accounting, without any modern economy, without it. Some really might the reasons are that the language that really already derived in this one, of course, in some of the non-religion, and none of the of some. Of course, it is something really with some really with the risk of the earning giving, but sometimes it is really this earning and this really logic. Of course, the deprivation and the prevention of some really economic and rationalized economy, which is really to be from the religion or separated from religion and even or from society already. It is our society for this one it is really sometimes really the doctrines of Islam not really did not and do not mean this really Islam as my what expressed them maximum person, but really of course Islam and really as already exceeded Maxim Benson of course said that Islam really that's really about the Islam in which really controlling the expenditure and the expenditure of money and the spending of money. As really the earning term, it is really some of the human work that really to have some that really the man might understand what is the meaning of the commercial of work and what is the result of the and outcome of the commercial. And also, of course, in the Islam, there is no idea of salvation. It is only submission to Allah doctrines, even for the legislation or the ethics or the paradigms and the conducts, and also the obedience and la question de la grâce. Even the worshippings also deserve rewards and compensations, and also illicit actions deserve and incur the punishments. Of course, there are some other really some shortcoming of some of the verse that really taking some more some really as socio-historical, as of course done in the Arab history. The issue is not only to the religious text as a hindrance of the economic development or so on. Of course, that's really, of course, even between the man and the divine, it is really a relation. It is a relationship between Allah and the man. It is a trade. It is a trade. It is really subhanahu wa ta'ala. It is really relation of it is profitable relationship. It is profitable relationship between man and Allah, not in economy, but even in gathering and collecting the good deeds and more and really the triumph of the oneself, and also to gain and to recommendations. Of course, it is not if it is not this really in the problem is the condition, even really, of course, association the condition in order to see what is really happening in the Islamic societies. Of course, the environment is, it is really the one really, it is really undermining the Islamic text, and also to configure what is really managed and traded in the world, and also allocating and listing of the features of the civilized situation of the Arab societies, and also to what extent they have contributed to raise the economies and all the other really circles of life. Of course, there are some other, and how is it really something to be suspicious. The base of all these elements push us to something that really what is the economic and also the crisis of the progress. Of course, the market progress with its logic to that to really organize the society. Of course, it is really annexed to the economic society, which is really, of course, Karl Bolaribi, how to be the big conversion and the master conversion, where the economy, the society became following the follower of the economy. The basic of this society, the base of the foundation of the existence of this society Dr. Abinam, the foundation of this are commodities and goods. Of course, this really something privatization, and also whenever we are really enabling, when we are really enabling to make some accidental of the theory of the possibility and the listening of the profit, and even for the practicing of the economic, of course, wouldn't be able to really to make some other humanitarian relationships, of course, as by spoiling the goods, and even within also some other really by the, of course, and also the other for this one. Of course, the absence of meaning, and also as the matter really in need of some restructuring of the rationality, and is a framework of to be committed and to be also reasonably in need of employment of anthropological in order to liberalization of the rational, and also liberation and or excellence. And of course, the time of this one to be this to be, of course, retroactive. Of course, Max Weber wrote about the Protestant ethics, the capitalism really dissolved of this really ethics, and of course, these ethics are not. Of course, wouldn't be take some also other how is it to make some, not only that for this one, this only for this the logic of the, but really it is ethics already extended from some existential, and not only as, of course, as already happened with the Protestant, to take it to some really competitive ethics, and also not to be not to for this one, not for the public benefit. Of course, with this we are really rationalized, really believing in and emerging, and of course what is really separated, and really we, of course, should be the economy to be related and also connected with the really social compatibility. Conclusion. Of course, the Enlightenment philosophy is that really made the progress that really to take us to the best, of course, future, where the time is really a building factor, and also, and of course, it really carries these are optimistic features, and of course, what is really rationality made in our buildings, we and really in some, of course, we really found the future picture is really black, of course, and also with no, and not only not and really they are not really telling, of course, not to, and also really us is threatening, and of course she is it is really required for this future, and not to take from this and from some other statistical, and also to some rationalization, and letting our world of our really making it is the possibility of the probability and the possibility are really unable to reconstruct and construct of our really, which is really the behavior and with between the people really to be are unified under the catastrophe and the solidarity and really the innocence, of course, by probabilities of the death. Of course, the two languages really are really constituting paradigms, and to be these issues are the most important, to be the one of the really of the ethics of life, and also to be as of some, of course, not on the only of the one of the capitalism. And thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for your commitment and this insightful presentation. We will move to Dr. Sameh Tantawi from Hulwan University. He will talk about the progress in light of the environmental aesthetic. The floor is yours. Thank you so much, and thanks for this invitation. My title presentation in this conference is about the following: progress in the light of environmental aesthetics. The meaning of progress here, I will talk about it in light of another different perspective, which is exceeding the understanding the conventional or the pure aesthetic, and look at it as an environmental culture. In the history of aesthetics and beauty, there are two theories. The one looks at art as an art, and the other theory looks at art as a societal art. But I will adopt in this research specifically the theory of the art for the society. What does it mean? It is the art that believes in four basic factors, where the concept of progress cannot be materialized and realized without them, and the achievement of the environmental aesthetic and how to look at it. The first factor to achieve or realize progress in order to limit the aesthetics through which we can realize the progress in the society within the environmental progress. The first idea is the relationship, the dynamic relationship between man and the world. Is there any dynamic relationship, or is it a static relationship? Is it dynamic or static? The idea. The other challenge is there no model, no absolute model for the environmental aesthetic. Every society, every state can limit and specify their aesthetic according to their traditions and culture. We cannot say that the environmental progress in the UAE is the same like that we adopt it in the other country like Egypt, for example, or Greece, or other European countries. Every country should have its aesthetic taste. Therefore, according to the second challenge, the European centralization will diminish. That the European environment is the most beautiful one, or the European progress is the one that is supreme or super. And the second challenge that I put about the concept of progress is that there is no absolute model for the culture, so the European centralization will diminish, and it has relativity between cultures and their numerals. Some of us look at the progress as a European, which is a historical crisis. If we look back at the history between the Egyptian miracle and the Greece miracle, and which is the better, and where are the progress model, and the conflict is endless, by the way, in light of this miracle. Where the miracle, is it Greek or Egyptian miracle? But here I will be based on the fact that there is no model for the concept of a progress. It is relative concept. Every society, every state can control the idea of a progress according to their identity, traditions, and culture. But in general, the general meaning of progress is that everyone has progress according to the dominant idea or culture, and then we can reach out the progress idea which is based on the relativity, not the absolutism. There is another point also, that the concept of progress discloses the dialect nature of every culture. There is culture that deals with the concept of environment as we take the environment as it is. If we apply the concept of, if we apply Schopenhauer concept, he sees that we should deal with the environment as a free nature, and we look at it and cooperate with it and let her live by itself. What happened to the contemporary one? He interfered with this environment and he tried to coin another meaning for the environment. So, in order to make the environmental aesthetic concept will not come from space, but it comes from a concept called the artistic education, which starts from the scratch, from tender ages, and we teach the student or the child what it means, what aesthetic distance mean, or what aesthetic taste means. So these are the points. So the dynamic relationship between man and environment, and there is no absolute concept for culture that divulges or discloses the nature, dialectic nature, and every society has their own societal or environmental aesthetic. The environmental aesthetic exceeded the academic one, and it concentrated on the aesthetic in the fun. But the environmental exceeded that by creating a relationship, existential relationship. If we want to use phenomenology, the expression of phenomenology, it was able to employ this sense to create a relationship of coexistence between man and environment. Unfortunately, we deal with environment as a relationship between man and man. Man dealing with man, but we forget the space around us, the environmental space and the living space where we live. So there is no relationship with the gardens or the parks. We don't have a relationship with the workplace. So the place we related to man, and then we related happiness in the existence to the existence with the man, not the surrounding or the environment. But if we calculate it, how much time we spend, man spends with man, and how much time man gives to environment. This is the equation say that we should give interest to of phenomenology sense to the environment. It is not the environment is not made of man. The environment means forests, parks, seas, rivers, and everything that surrounds us where we live. I personally see that the contemporary man neglected the environment and neglected the aesthetic or the beauty of the environment. And I am so happy in this bowl because we can see, for example, the aesthetic things in the bowl, for example, including lights or the space and many things beautiful in the bowl, and which are designed environmentally in a way to make, for example, a space between the audience and myself. The factor of aesthetic here has a marketing factor, attractive, developmental factor, and so on. And the nature of the society to see whether it is developed or non-developed society. Therefore, the environmental aesthetic went beyond the cocoon of the academic aesthetic. So it went from the artistic aesthetic into aesthetic everywhere. So if we want to say this is a developed country, and some people go to other countries and say, I found most beautiful in this place is that it has a lot of, for example, walk sides, humanitarian spaces that make people more happy or happier. The environmental aesthetics looks at the happiness, not a relationship between man and man, but happiness comes inevitably from our relationship with the environment that surrounds us. If this surrounding is encouraging to development, to aesthetics, to belongingness, affiliation, freedom, man will take the ecstasy of these meanings and contemplate them, and they will be reflected on them through the relationships with man, of man to the environment. But if the environment is surrounding us is bad or depressive, full of depression, we look, for example, the quality of education, which enters within the framework of the environmental aesthetic, because it gives, for example, features of development to this place. If it does not care about these tools of environment, we can say that this place is not beautiful. The ability of the aesthetic, modern aesthetics, it can go out of the cocoon of aesthetics as an art to the street, has given this concept a nice and a special meaning. So most developed countries gives, for example, importance to the environmental aesthetics. Like, for example, the classic art, for example, is an environmental art. Why? Because it allows people to go outside and express freely their art. But in other closed societies that look at the classic art is undesired or forbidden and illegal art, but the classical art as environmental is the art that gives people ability to draw on walls and express their ideas. And here we can develop and promote aesthetics to young and to university students in, for example, the philosophy of art or aesthetics to, for example, decorate a part of the university or put aesthetic dimensions around the university or the places, general public places for this place, or participate. So the environmental aesthetic is participating others to identify the tools and the ways of aesthetics or beauty. The idea of art to art in our society, Arab societies will not be an applicable idea, because in the history of art is an important idea, but it cannot be applied in Arab societies for the development idea. So the art to art idea is an idea that can be taken care of in a developmental society, culturally and intellectually. But in our societies, we focus on how much we benefit from the aesthetics and the beauty and art for the not only the arts and philosophy and applicable arts learners, but we should focus on the environmental developmental art for children, how to eat, how to drink, how to dress, and how to take care of their personalities. All these dimensions should be looked at because we lack them in our Arab countries and societies. One of the most important points in the environmental aesthetics applications is that this application should be entered into philosophical departments in the universities, Arab universities, as a pure aesthetic. It is a philosophical idea, but we should, within the light of progress and environmental progress, to make it, to give it a look, societal look, with respect art to art, because we should be aware of that for environment and for art and for progress as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Sameh, for this insightful presentation about the aesthetic meaning and environmental aesthetics. We will move to Maryam Azidi from Mohamed Bin Zayed University for Humanities. She will talk about the citizenship philosophy in the Islamic Sharia and UAE efforts. The floor is yours, Ms. Zaidi. In the name of Allah, the compassionate, the merciful, at the beginning, I would like to thank for the university presidency to give me a chance to participate in this blessed event organized by a group of philosophers and thinkers and researchers where visions are cultured harmoniously in a harmony way. So I will present my research hoping that it will be beneficial. Citizenship is a concept by extending circles, and with the rise of the ambitions of rights and duties, every history it has its own circles that may extend or narrow. So there are many expressions of citizenship, but what can we agree about these expressions is the relationship, the optional relationship that links man with the earth, where he has rights and, of course, on the contrary, he has his duties. So they are commitments, liabilities, where interest based on them and emanate from them the highest values. This concept expresses the attendance of man, natural attendance to the place where he was born, and the earth represents an emotional and materialistic connotation and relationship that relates man with it. And on the other hand, it also represents a kinship between him and the other people, and it is a common and joint common that might gather them, not disperse them. The land disperses them, the land gathers them like a mother, like the mother who does not differentiate between love among her children. All of them are dear to her, and all of them are the pupil of her eyes. And in the present concepts for the citizenship, the concept of international citizenship emerged. As Bin Baya said, he said, it is the conscious awareness of the fact of the humanity affiliation as the land as a comprehensive one. It imposes itself to other people, but the concept by achieving consciousness to embody the spirits of the ship owners and the ship sailors who believe in the synergy and the cooperation to be saved. If we would like to shed light on citizenship in these meanings in the Islamic Sharia, there is no doubt that they have indications. We can point out to some of them: the sensation relationship on the one hand, and the system of arts and duties who framework these things. But regarding the sensational connotation or linkage to the land, by affiliation and love the country. It is since expressed by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, when he was in Mecca and when he was in Medina. He used to say, peace be upon him, in Mecca, in that land where he was born, it was by God's name, it was the dearest word. If they did not drive me out, I will not drive. So he was very compassionate by leaving his homeland. And for the spiritual connotation for the country, there are indications that lead to the healing with the soil of the land. For Aisha, the wife of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he used to say, in the name of Allah, with the soil of our land and the saliva of our mouths will be saved. And even Aisha told the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, about that, and he supplicated to them, saying, may Allah make the Medina lovable to us as everywhere, and more than, and bless us. Everything is good in the Medina. So the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, also, and his companions in the Medina, they loved their country, Medina, like the place where they lived, which is Mecca. So when he came to Medina, he tied his camel, and he drove it to walk quickly in a compassion and in a love for the Medina where he settled, peace be upon him. And he did not also content and his companions to express their love to their country by compassion or sympathy, but they followed that by work and action to teach us and his companions also that the love of the homeland needs rights in their to their countries, but within the system of duties and rights, which is a principal thing in the concept of citizenship. Everything mentioned in the Sharia is a call for regulating people's lives, which is based on duties and rights, and the base of regulating this relationship also goes back to the principles, original principles. If we adopt them, we will look at this concept in a colossal way or a comprehensive way. As Bin Zayed said, we look at this concept as one of the concepts that is from the time. One of them is the humanitarian unity represented in the equality in the citizenship committee. So all people are equal. Allah says, "O people, please be humble to Allah, where He created man, male and female, and created also people from them." So equality is very important, and it emphasizes the equality in all standards between people. And citizenship also carries the equality principle, which is a base and a condition for practicing other rights and committed to them or abiding to them. And it is similar to the principle of the humanitarian unity, which removes the discrepancies and differences between people and materialize or realize these standards among people. The humanitarian integrity also, Allah says, we respected people and carried him on land and in water, and we gave them many merits and preferred them to more creatures. So this is comprehensive to all people without discriminations, presenting the human integrity. This means that he deserves the rights. The principle of fairness, which is very principal in the concept of citizenship, Allah says in many verses in the Quran, Allah orders you to give the integrity to people and judge in a fair way among people. And there are many indicators also. Citizenship, there will be no suppression, no unfairness. And this also emphasizes the previous Quranic verse. Allah says, Allah orders you not to be unfair with other people. You should be fair with all people. Allah says, "O people, we have created you from male and female and made you nations to know each other." So the differences and the multicultural and the multi-people emphasizes on people and emphasizes on people knowing each other, so that we will open horizons for the respect of others and their existence. From these principles, all other rights emanate, and duties, of course, emanate to realize citizenship without looking at the differences between the people. And we will point out to these some points if time allows. For example, the right of living and not trespassing people. If one kills one, as if he kills all people, and if one gives life to one, as if he gives life to every people. So you have your religion and I have my religion. One of the freedoms also, we should care about these freedoms will stop when we trespass the freedoms of the others or threaten the people peace. So the freedom is principle is related to the accountability or the principle of this expression. On their opposite to these rights, there are duties emanated from the connotation and the linking between people and the land. One of them is the bay'ah, or obeying the leaders. Allah says, "O people, you should obey the leaders and the people who are responsible for you." So citizenship will not be realized unless there is good relationship between the country and its bodies. So obedience to people who are responsible for us, and giving also is one of the most important.
Of course, just to be all this love to be really to be translated to acts and deeds. Of course, this of acts, the volunteering work, of course, should be also to be the volunteering work also to be one of the important sides to build the countries and the states, and also the rights, and of course, and the participation of the really the unity of faith and unity of the brotherhood, and also human brotherhood, and also which is really, of course, all of this really the humanitarian document, which is really already emerged in the life of the Prophet, peace and prayers be upon him, really where it is really the best citizenship already. It is really resembling and the best one, and also to really decide the rights of the citizens, and also to live them, and no need for privileges, and of course the civil society, and really of diversity of the cultural and really ethics and really races and so on, and of course all are equal in front of law. Of course, there's so many countries of features of some really to be really of the marketing of the citizenship. It is really falsifying the best of these falsifying really features of the sects of the also really that really to make people also to feed with some other people. Some political realm, of course, to use and to make use of the religion, also to this forming of this citizenship. It is really coming as an indication from really it is against the religion, and also they are really attacking the national state, and of course this forming of so many features, and really destroying the countries and the rights already left and already deceived. Therefore, the national state is very important for it is essential. Of course, really the country and the state, really to the national state, will all to be really with all the reality. Of course, will be the, there is something. Of course, the national unity. Of course, this citizenship might be deceived or might be released. Of course. هناك as well as في talk about United Arab Emirates to represent as United Arab Emirates as really to be for the compliance with the human being. United Arab Emirates really with its leadership really believing that the man is really the important resource, and also the humanity really is really of course pulsing with really humanitarian and really set up by this leadership, and also to the citizenship to be also a very important element for progress, and also the man is really the central of this progress, and of course, and it is citizenship is really also the state already advocating for the happiness and also for the dignity preserving, and also really opening for the success, and also for the citizens, and also really providing them with all the countries citizens, and of course the founder, the leader of the UAE already he has been perceived with a vision to also for founding and establishing really as of course the controlling of the other really of this one and for the country, and of course really as the dimensions, of course reinforcing the relationship between the people, and that and safety for all the requirements for our country, United Arab Emirates, of course within fair justice, and from really emerged and stemmed from the constitution of the country and the state, and also stemmed from the legislations and laws, and also to be really with the commitment of all the agreements and conventions, and also preserving of the United Arab Emirates, and also really for its history, and also to release the enforcing and the loyalty, and also the emotions, and also of course of course of course, the states already looked forward to reinforce the citizenship. Of course, the UAE, of course, issued the constitution. Of course, that's really we are really citizens. We are all citizens as really of the users of the digital. Really, of course, from this conception to really reinforce of the responsibility, and also for use of the technology, and also really for the some of the Sheikh Mohammed Rashid, the national agenda 2021, and also really to working with all 300 responsible from federal and local destinations, all allocating and giving and for aiming and the objective of the family consolidations of all the interests of all the states from education. Of course, from this old one of this one, the deepening of the citizenship of the real Abu Dhabi for the peace, and also under really citizenship, and also for the giving some important as really to be of course, and giving the announcement and declaration of Marrakesh or Morocco, and also Abu Dhabi for peace, and really the convention and constitution of really peace and human brotherhood, and also really and signing also the human brotherhood, and also really focusing with the importance of the value of the human brotherhood, and also initiatives of the tolerance and coexistence already taken by United Arab Emirates to reinforce of the human brotherhood. Lastly and not leastly, it is really this is really the awareness of our wise leadership to reinforce of this really the paradigm, and to be taken by Sheikh Zayed. May Allah shower him with mercy, and the sons of Zayed, and also the governors of UAE, of course, made the United Arab Emirates, of course, made the Emirates is the landing for 200 nationalities and more for living in the country and the state with the spirit of faith and love, and which is really of the base of the cause. It is really our meeting today. It is a type and a kind of this beautiful paradigm and conception that really for the motivation, and really is some really this film. Thanks a lot. peace and the prayers be upon you all, and all thanks a lot for the Mohamed Bin Zayed University, and also for the Center of the Philosophical Studies for this invitation. I do really appreciate, and I do really for them more all development, all our values. It is really some just humble trial or to set up this dimension. Let us to see and the philosophical thought and the social thought, especially really to give some really for the progress, and also to be physiologically interpreted. And also really, I hear why is the 18th century and 19th century made this focus on this one, on teens of the 19th, as a result of the scientific development, which is really 6th century and 7th, was Kepler and Galileo, and 6th century and 7th, of course, the 18th century, of course, to give as giving to the progress. Of course, this really the best who wrote about this one, Condorcet, he sees that the progress is to be based on science, and also to really fair world and controlled by rationality. And David Hume also said that the progress is really between by sciences and arts, and also with really to be enjoying of some Immanuel Kant and Hegel and others and Marx. And all of them are really giving, they see the progress really as compulsory and really obligatory for the progress. And of course, for this one, Austin France, and of course, he said that the life of philosophers, and of course, each society, some thought about this interpretation, and also to be some also non-divine, and of course, the 20th century. As really the doubtful that the humanity to be really, of course, really after this the bloodshed in the first world and the second world, of course, even some atomic bomb on Hiroshima, and of course, but by threatening for some really atomic weapons, and of course, after deteriorating the environment, and there, of course, therefore, I ask myself: is this meaning? Is there some meaning? We are in need of the dimension for and the norms for the progress. Firstly, that of course societies want to be society, of course. And of course, there is society to understand is. Moreover, you are in need of this also dimension in order to estimate the civilization, Western civilization is where it is the progress. I am in need of progress. This progress is the need. It is the same. The progress is a social progress, which is really deserving, which is really to be a social development and advancement of the social, and also with the material development, and for the human beings, and not contradicting with two principles, what they are, respect of the dignity and justice. Of course, let us come. We'll take the first half, how to make some of this one. Of course, doubtedly, the life has made some, as so many as developments, and medicine, and also really improvement of the healthy, of course, reducing of the number of the deaths of kids, of course, the raising of the level of the age, and became in the 19th and the 20th, made 60 years, and also with also industrializations, and also industrially some using with the machines, and also man living with, it is really it is the first part of this one. Of course, never this development as a development unless this really, of course, we have to respect of the dignity and justice, and of course, the dignity of justice. of course, dignity and also the respect and Aristotle and of the dignity of the man, and also really to be respected. The man to be have the man. He's only the creator, that to be only enabling to have the freedom of choice. Come to the for the man, for the conception. Jewish and Christian, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala already created in this, in the man, of course, subhanallah, it is really man is a Caliph of Allah in the earth. Of course, it should be dignity. How to respect the, of course, we should respect dignity. In case of sickness, of course, the dignity of sickness means that he should take the best treatment, of course, and the dignity of man, and also the technological production should take care, of course. Some technology might also destruct the man. Some scholars make some experiments, and of course, they are in need of saying, made. We should. He might ask permission from the experiment, and also what are the advantages and the disadvantages, and in media, not to make some misleading of the people, and give to the fact and also the true fact of the victim. Of course, scholars they found so many justice wouldn't be only be achieved by equally, but really by giving some the safeguarding of the. You have some man of the, and are you going to give this equality? Of course it isn't, but really equality not justice not achieved by equality. It should be by safeguarding and by specializing prospectively. If there is some pandemic of corona, of course the vaccines, of course, should be really treated and also distributed to all the people, not only to the rich, and leave this dignity. Of course, not just justice. Also, if we are living with some really with the products of technology and science, it is the justice that are really products are available to all the people to buy and to consume this one. So this is the dimension of the progress, to achieve the progress in the human beings in this one. Of course, I have really afterwards transferred to the Western civilization. Is it really applying in the Western civilization? It is modernism, which is, of course, after the post-medieval ages, and really promising of the equality and also to interpret of the globe. And of course, I know the modernism, of course, failed. There are two only interpretation of the failure. Of course, it is really they are left, but some really taking about this because resorting left the religion, but the failure came did not achieve the values of justice and equality that really promised occupied the lands and deepening the gap between the poor and the rich, and also. And of course, it is not really principles. This is a Western civilization. What about modernism in Arabian? Of course, some other they found some really proud of this modernization. Of course, they did not success. They made some scheme a crisis. Of course, the actuality of the reality, which which is really available and really to be good for the other Western life, not to be valid for the Oriental. Of course, secondly, the Western modernization did not, of course, did not achieve any success. Of course, are you expecting that to really? And the third one that really mentioned by Dr. Hamada, that the modernism philosophers were elites, away of the society and away of the actuality and away of the reality, of course, and naturally not to be succeeded. Thank you. I really concluded by my saying it is the time, it is the high time to perceive there is no any progress without principles and values, and without the guidance and the dimension. And really, when we care about the society, two principles: to respect the dignity of the man and the justice, and inside the society and amongst the society as well. It is really anywhere. It does mean this is a progress. Thank you very much. I was and peace and prayers and benjo.
Thank you, Dr. Baha, for this insightful presentation. We will conclude these. Dr. Sabrin Zarloul, the philosopher teacher, the instructor, or professor in the University of Mohamed Bin Zayed for Humanities. She will talk about the problem of progress and religious issues in the name of Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful. I would like first to thank the presidency of Mohamed Bin Zayed University for Humanities to open this opportunity and open this horizon where a lot of researchers meet and to exchange their ideas to incite a better future full of peace, away from conflicts and wars. So, celebrating the humanitarian fraternity, I would like to salute all of you, full of mutual dialogue and peace and tolerance. We will stand with ourselves with 1 second, and I will ask you a question without answering, please. Is there a relationship for the religion to development? Every one of us thinks, and everyone please think again, is there any relationship for religion to development? From this base, we will start the challenge of the research papers of mine, of course. The research, the problem of the religious problem in general is the study in the contemporary Western liberalism. I mean here the political liberalism, not the colossal or the comprehensive liberalism in general. At the beginning, I would like to point out to the concepts for people who study philosophy, for learners who do not study philosophy. I will talk about that regarding the future. What are the general space? Everything that points to movement in the open spaces and interest, where in its premises discussions and deliberations take place, and in general the topic is the dimensional affairs of publics. Liberalism is a philosophy, political philosophy. It cares of fairness, equality, and freedom. And all of us remember John Locke and his famous quote, "Man is born free." Man is born free. Within the framework of this research, is based on the Western modernity, that the religious and the thought and institution, if it enters into the general content, it will contradict with progress. So we should take out religion from the general or public, particularly the political content. The German Jürgen Habermas pointed out that in his book, Atheism, he said that it is necessary to make or to keep away for any religious translation in the premises or the activities in general. Also, in 2007, there was a book for Schiller Soller, German. He forecast the eradication of religion from societies, and there will no be progress unless there is religion from our reality. Now we will talk about political liberalism, where the American philosopher says, John Rawls calls. Most researchers say and judge that Rawls is a political philosophical, exclusive philosopher. This means that he takes religion away from the general discussions. My vision in this research is different totally from my analysis to the religious vision which prevailed in most Rawls' writings, and linking them to the general concept and the religious issue also. In order to remove this intertwine, we should differentiate between globalization and atheism. It is an ideological one that differentiates between the religion and the state or politics. We most of us know how globalization emanated from the church, and it was one of the factors of religious conflict because the light then the revolution of enlightening happened to determine what for the religion and what for the state. And we also know the tolerance books of John Locke, and followed by all philosophers of enlightenment and intellectual ones in this point. I mean by enlightenment here is to remove the contradictions of the church thought, to be free to judge the nature of things and the individual and the society as well. So the judge should not interfere with the priest's work, and the priest should not interfere with the judge's or the president's work. In order to achieve this, and in order to care about the environment where Rawls came with, there was a conflict between the religious and oppression for the minorities, especially the Africans. So the Rawls philosophy here should be taken into consideration that it is a standardized philosophy, and standardized in philosophy means is what it should be. Therefore, when some researchers say that the Rawls thought we cannot apply it on reality, we tell them that Rawls tries to overlook the future and inside the future in order to put a plan so in order to put a plan or a roadmap for the purposeful future away from the religious conflicts. What is the project that Rawls conducted? He imagined that there is an ideal society. This society, free of conflicts. He divided the societies into three. One regularized and intermediate regulated and no regulation. So good, intermediate, and no regulation. So what he aims at to put a base for a democratic and ideal society. How can we do that? By putting a foundation for the fairness, values for the fairness. So did the philosophers of enlightenment did not put basis for fairness? Yes, they did, but unfortunately, they were based on the benefit principle. And this was denied by Rawls completely. So he denied the doctrine of benefit. As I said at the beginning of my talk, he would like to base for the ideal society. What are the thoughts and the ideas that helped Rawls and he put in order to put a foundation for that? For an ideal society. Number one, the concept of the general mindset. To simplify things, there are two mindsets. One is open and one is closed. Open mind and closed mind. Open mind for discussions, to accept the other. And the closed mind, as Dr. Hassan Hamad says, the extremism or the extremist mind. He does not know that. He needs the open mind in order to accept the others So there will be no religious conflicts. Therefore, we should differentiate between the rational and the reasonable. It is a metaphor taken by Rawls from the Kant philosophy for the practical mind that differentiates between the absolute thing or the absolute judgment related to purposes that affiliate to the complete work, and the conditional thing or the optional thing for the means that realize these purposes. So, as I said, Rawls refuses the principle of benefit. Purpose justifies the means. So Rawls refuses that. So what is logical is to be ready to enter in cooperative relationship with others, or owning a good of fairness, good sense of fairness. And allow me to translate one of the translators. The book is Fairness as an Equity. The philosophical sense is the fairness described as equity or fairness. So to be heard by the reader, fairness as equity or and Rawls also confess the right of others to opt or to choose and freedom of behavior. And he also removes the ambiguity for individuals in order to realize the enlightenment in a democratic society or context. So what is fairness as equity? Rawls says the reasons of deteriorating societies is the dismantling of the societal construction, and the absence of constructive cooperation among the individuals of the same community, and ignorance is an impediment or a barrier that prevents reaching out the fairness in a good way, and the challenge to apply the fairness reasonably can be in a time and a place related to that. But fairness as equity, it means we do not depend on, so we should apply it in our societies. Dr. Mohamed Al-Shahi, he tell me I have full time. How can we have 5 minutes, Dr. Sabrin? You have 5 minutes only. We are celebrating the humanitarian fraternity, which allows us to more time. Quickly and briefly, how can we apply fairness as equity? First, we should deal in the same way. This duty of fairness judges you. When you have dialogue or discuss with others, you should have dimensions or spaces in this or distances in this dialogue, and you ask, is this dialogue can be accepted by the others? Can this dialogue is satisfied or accepted by myself or not? For example, in some spaces, we are living in a public space and we are this dialogue. When there is any religious dialogue and there are multi-religious dialogues, do you accept the other will trespass your privacy? I do not accept, and you do not accept also. And this is the mutual fairness, the mutual dealing or treatment. The other factor is the idea of political legislation. Rawls says practicing of political authority will be good and true when we believe only that the reasons that we offer for our behaviors, political behaviors, are enough. And when we believe also that we as citizens, free citizens, can accept these reasons logically and reasonably. And in this way, it is clear that the standard here is the mutual treatment. And we should apply this on the religious thought. Because when I realized in the sacred book and compared certain matters or certain points for roles, I found that there is a proximity, big proximity, for example, the love of the neighbor. The love of the neighbor comes from dialogue. It comes from respect, and respect generates fairness, of course. For example, if we put a logical argument for this, Sabrine, Dr. Mohamed Shahi. Imagine that we are neighbors in the house. When I give him good and endeavor to build good relationships with him, from Sabrine to Dr. Mohamed Shahi, and also Dr. Mohamed Shahi will initiate to build this relationship. But if Sabrine, for example, stops this treatment, so Dr. Mohammed in turn, he will prevent also this treatment from his side. I'm not liberal like Jones. This is another background. You have 3 minutes, Dr. Sabrine, only. How can we apply the theory of role or roles theory in order to build a developed or a progressed society? We can take, for example, the conceptual framework for roles theory and apply them on our Arab communities or societies. As we said, we should coordinate our Arab societies. The fairness theory as equity or democratic theory, the theory of mutual treatment or the prevention of illiteracy, or what does Rawls say about the prevent of illiteracy? We can go back to the original nature, where man without societies and without laws. The man is illiterate, everything political. The opaque of negligence and illiteracy, if we apply that on political societies, there will be fairness. How? For example, I need to assign a dean for the Faculty of Humanities or Arts. All the CVs are present. From the opaque of the literacy, I study all these bios and I will choose in a standard or a criteria away from partisan. If we apply this either in politics or in religion or in all societies, what will happen? There will not be absolutism. Can we take the theory? There is a difference between application and theory. Can we take Rawls' theory as a map where we build, for example, societies? I will conclude in the content that Rawls says there is no peace among nations without peace between religions, and there is no peace between religions without building dialogue. Thank you for your listening. Many thanks, Dr. Sabrine, for this insightful presentation in political philosophy, particularly, and the Jones theory. This session was of multi-topics, and many things were discussed.
Of course, we'll take now the space for the floor. We have 10 minutes also for questions, and yes. all greetings to you and to all participants and contributions. My comments might really, what really said Dr. Baha, Dr. and not here, and Dr. Sameh, and Dr. Baha, and Dr. Mariam, Dr. Sabrin. Of course, all they are really gathering around one the idea, the dignity of man, or the man as an objective in its in himself. Of course, this issue, of course, still floating and flying in our model sky. Of course, when we are really we're going to actuality, we found ourselves that as a result of the present actuality and reality, and the policy of power and the policy of authorization really triumphing at the end, but the reality what really might suffer, might give his back or its back to all these really model examples and model rules, and we found ourselves really talking about really some speech really completely different from the language of the reality, that do not recognize of really pricing or safeguarding or ranking or this some where this all of them the past. And thank you very much, Doctor.
شكرا على إتاحة الفرصة. دكتور عبد الله خضر الباحث في المجلس الأعلى.
It is really one of the researchers of Georgia, and really of course where it is also linking between all the classical philosophies and also how is it really something, it is the objectives and the past, and that really the progress and development are as a result of studies. I do extend my thanks to Dr. Mariam when she reinforced of the contemporary and also authenticity, and it was really for the ranking. And our really my question to Dr. Baha said Darwish in a point of the theoretical development and the progress. I have seen that really some really restructuring of some the, social science, which is really affected by Saint-Simon and Durkheim and Kant, and really of course, aren't you seeing that really our curriculum in the social sense to be really stemmed from our historicity and also from originality and also the peoples and also that history? And thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks a lot for all the participants and for the management of the panel also. Of course, the progress dimension and what is the meaning of progress? Progress is, from my own point of view, it is really to ascending to up. Ascending and shifting from down to up, from down to up, or by simplified from down to the top. Of course, how is it? From down to up, oh yeah, up top, yeah. Well, really, how is it really to measure our in some session before? When we talk about the ethical progress will be different. But if we're talking about the scientific progress, we might say technology we might measure, but in the ethical we might be indifferent, wouldn't be in agree. Well, of course, will be indifferent for the religion and also for the religious progress, whether it is shifting from a religion to another. Is it really something? Is it some really retreated or backwarding for example, when it is really it is really or some really or from something really religious to some unity of them. When we go to the applying, will be different. Therefore, we are when we agree only, but when we really interacting will be indifferent. And thank you very much for the participants. Hanin Sira, I have really some observation. I do praise. Sincerely, I do appraise and I do really praise this panel, and I do really appreciate. And my question is, away of this conception of history of the world, and it comes and say, there are so many continuity for the trials, for the from arts and the philosophy and so on. It is really some the ones, of course. Of course, there are so many progress. How is it really? Well, there is always history away of any of some restriction. Of really some. It is the speech of always. Of course, our history. Of course, all the time we are trying. Some really from the power of we are always really we are history full of really of trials and experiences of the progress. Some this really observation, it is something to be for this one. Thanks. Assalamu alaikum. Thanks a lot to all professors for this from question to Dr. Ibrahim. How is it to set up really some dimension for the progress? Of course, as of course it is really to really agree really how to make some dimension. How is it to be? Of course, you have you already restricted for the world. Should be this really dimension? It should be proportional or something. Sometimes you find some the West is really not achieving the but really the vision from society to society. And also the also dimension and of the dignity, they are really achieving. We are really to set up a dimension and the norm to measure the progress. It is really very difficult, and also it is also the restriction is a matter really. I think I think that might take consolidation, and also was not only for the ethical, but also for the might be philosophical, and in order to set up the dimension, it is really to be very important. I think. We'll see for the. All the questions, of course, of the frame of the theory and apply, and also for the conception of the application, and also the proportionalist and of course, Dr. Hassan the dimension, which is really, of course, really the dimension. Of course, I would like to, of course, that really I have already justified that really we are really what really, we really rule might be role model. I'll give you two. Of course, the Convention of the Human Rights Declaration of 1948, and all the people's already might. This declaration already, of course, this big countries, but the people and the countries did not really recognize and the declaration. As the declaration, of course, all the rights of and the laws depended on this one. This it is really a resistance to impose something. It is another story. If, during Corona, India and South Africa request that really the people already invented and vaccine, and to really and to give of the intellectual property, and also of course of course, so many states and those, it is the death of life. When death of life, of course, no need for the intellectual property. What really from what really sometimes we see it is the role model we might see as an actual, but only just of the role models to insist and of course this is our really of social sciences, and of course social. Of course, there is no some social science. Of course, there is no social. There is, and we are really all those camps, and we. Of course, the students that cannot sometimes went away philosophers. How is it? Of course, this really I do apologize. Of course, also suffering me, Dr. Ahmed Mahdi. Really, thanks for progress. Of course, undoubtedly we can find this was really what's really important for the materialistic progress. Really caring about the ethical. Really, it will be. Of course, because humanitarian, of course, really appreciating the progress of man, and also made the man for the progress of the human being. Of course, the progress it will be different from economical and scientifically. Of course, I do not really agree for this dimension. I have said for the dimension for the society to develop and the society to develop. Of course, if there is no economically, of course, scientifically, did not scientifically he did not, but really, if there is if there is something absent from the Western civilization, if something really, if they as really, when they are, of course, they did not, as modernism. Dr. Ng, thanks a lot. Please note that the two dimensions and the two principles, and where I explained, it is really acceptable. All the dignity of the respect of the dignity of him, the dignity of the respect of the man. The respect is really of the human. Of course, it is. Therefore, of course, of course, the philosophy really submitted to be what is real actuality. When it is really submitted something to be submitted and overviewed by the philosophy, and we, of course, we are talking about what is to be compulsory to be and what's to committed to be. That's really, and thanks a lot. And I do apologize for the long, and also thanks a lot for this one. And of course, we should really conclude the session. Of course, thanks a lot for all the participants and also for all for this attendance. And really, thanks a lot. Thanks again. We really will continue for this continuity of our sessions. Of course, thank you very much.
نشكر للأساتذة.
We thank the presenters for their insightful researches, and thanks extended for the Mr. Mohamed Al-Ashihi for administering and moderating this session. We will leave you for a break, and we will come back at 4 exactly to have the recommendations of the conference and for photographs and the recognition of the participants. Thank you so much.
the hosting of philosophers and really philosophy. And with the second day of the conference, please allow me to invite Dr. Ibrahim Bershasha, for the director of the Philosophical Studies Center, to read the final and the conclusion statement of the conference. Please, most welcome to the stand, Dr. Ibrahim. It is our pleasure with the conclusion of this conference to really extend our deep thanks to the wise leadership of the United Arab Emirates, supporting and also His Highness Sheikh Mohamed Bin Zayed. May Allah preserve him and may Allah guide him. And the Crown Prince, His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Mohammed Al Nahyan, the Crowns of Abu Dhabi, and also the Chairman of the Executive Council. And really, we do extend them all thanks and gratitude for this caring to be organized under their supervision and patronage of them. And also really this really the event that really highlighting the events of the philosophical really approach and elaboration. And also we extend our thanks to His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayyam, the chairman of the Council of Trustees of the Mohamed Bin Zayed University. And also we do extend our thanks to His Excellency Dr. Khalifa Al-Zahiri for his supporting in our really philosophical studies center, and really paying attention to philosophy in Mohamed Bin Zayed University. It is really important to extend our thanks to really gratitude to all these valued guests and the whole people already came, and the researchers already came to United Arab Emirates and to participate in this conference, who really enriched it by their participations and researches. And we do extend this really, who are really following our students who who are really following for the tubes and all the social media websites. And really, it is important that that this conference has been really participated more than 62 participants and of the researchers who are really attributed to the really more 16 universities all over the world. And also the conference already recommended, and the recommendations to agreement between partnership between Mohamed Bin Zayed for Humanities and the French National for Islamics, and also supporting the dialogue between the thinkers of the Arabian thinkers and the foreigners, and also to be overviewed by all the latest developments in the researches, and also assuring the role of philosophy in supporting the tolerance and coexistence and dialogue. And also in this conference, of course, really it is distant that the open door policy of the United Arab Emirates, and as already the researchers disclosed, that really found that really promising seeds of philosophy for the future, for the promising and prestigious future of philosophy, not only this for the tree of philosophy, but so many trees also in this conference, and also to be specialized for all specialists of the beauties and humanities. Of course, reinforcing the embedding the role of philosophy for all the really attributed and related to the rule and not practically. And also the researchers already really found that really the zone and the corner of the really of the multi-rational of ethics and the multi-rationals of science. And of course really researchers suggested that the following really launching of really religion and the science, to be really searching between to proximity between religion and science, and also launching a word for really to be interested in the research of the philosophical researches and for the students, and also allowing for the postgraduates to really make some Islamic really professor, of course, for the humanities, and also make some really from the Mohamed Bin Zayed University to encourage the philosophical writings, and really within and as based of the word of Mohamed Bin Zayed for humanities, and also developing all the philosophical researches, and as for progress, and of course reinforcing a new role model for by merging really for some citizenship and citizens for developing of the educational process, and also really restructuring of the contemporary structure of the philosophical structure, and also really reinforcing the studies by more subjects for the more as subjects, and really allocating for the students also, and allocating space for the children to be known and to be taught philosophy, and also assigning an annual conference in order for exchange of information and academic exchange, and also visitings, and also providing more resourceful, and also suggesting address for the next conference about science and ethics and religion. What is the relationship? Lastly, and not least, and we do thank all the guests of all Mohamed Bin Zayed for Humanities for attending this and for participating for this in this conference, and also this international conference for philosophical, the second really held under the title of the philosophy and the challenges of the progress and theoretical progress and social progress. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for really for Dr. Burhan Murshash for this statement, and thanks. I do really invite His Excellency Dr. Khalifa bin Zayed Al-Dhahri to really to honor the supporters of this conference. His Highness, His Excellency Muhammad Osman Al-Khasht, the Chairman and Chancellor of the Cairo University in Egypt. Of course, Professor Khalid Osama Khalid Nusayr for this really Dr. Khalid Nusayr from the Kingdom of Jordan. Professor Salim Dakash, the Chancellor of the St. Yusuf in Lebanon, University in Lebanon. Professor Shoiting, the deputy of the Arabian literature in Peking, China. Professor Mohamed Rassam, the director of the Carrefour in the Islamic Studies in Canada. Professor Ahmed Madi, the Philosophical Cultural Society in the Kingdom of Jordan. Dr. Mohamed Shahi, the director of Zubair House in Oman. No. Dr. Professor Mohammed Al-Makbari, the deputy chairman of the Sahar University in Oman. Professor Ahmed Bargawi, the Dean of Philosophy House in Fujairah. Professor Maroon Awad, the chairman of the National Research, Scientific Research Center in France. Professor Milakakai, the director of the French in France, French Studies, Islamic French Studies. Professor Abdullah Said Walidba, Professor of Modern Philosophy in Nouakchott University in Mauritania. Professor Ayman Shahada, the Dean of Divine and Philosophies in London Kingdom. Of course, I do all researchers to go to the stand to have really a gathering and a collective photo. We all really extend our thanks to all researchers and of course, we do invite the organizing staff to have really some memorial photo with His Excellency the Chancellor of the University. So most welcome for all the staff working with the organizing team. We do really invite all the organizing team who really organized and who are really successfully established and really exerted their efforts to the success of and also all the volunteers. All volunteers also are most welcome. volunteering teams and staff all almost welcome to have a memorial photo with a chancellor of the university. We do really thanks a lot for all the staff and really playing the role of the organizing of the conference. We do really invite the volunteers to have memorial photo with His Excellency, the Chancellor of the University. The Dr. Professor Ahmed Bargawi, the Dean of the House of the Philosophy House in Fujairah. Most welcome to the stand. We do extend Dr. Professor Ibrahim Barshash for the director of the Philosophical Studies Center for the organizing this conference. And conclusion, we'd like to express our really gratitude to all the participants of the conference who are really valued, who are really already attended for their precious and rich participation and contributions, and looking forward to see more educational and more knowledgeable with you, and see you in forthcoming conferences, and peace and prayers be upon you.